Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 4 SFA. Chapter 111. Speeding up bubbles, the ability to recover instantly. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I saw Nami brushing lightly on Zoro's body. A string of blue bubbles appeared on Zoro's body, and Nami's hand was like a bar of soap soaked in water, and a lot of foam would be generated when rubbed. At the same time, Zoro felt that the pain and exhaustion of his body were rapidly reducing. The wound is healed. Zoro looked at some wounds on his body, and suddenly found that his wounds were beginning to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's an accelerated bubble that can speed up wound healing and fatigue decline, but at the cost of your body taking the time it takes to heal. 99. Nami said. I accelerated you for about a day just now, but I didn't expect your injury to recover in a day. Whatever, as long as the wound heals, you can start training immediately, right? You can't do anything while lying on the bed and waiting for your body to recover. Zoro didn't care about this. Just bitter the food on the table. Zoro, who has not eaten for a day, has an amazing amount of food, and it also has the nutrients that the body needs to recover. Afterwards, Nami walked up to Luffy and gave him the speed bubbles too. Give you 3 days faster. Wait, you'll probably starve to death in that case. To be cautious, Nami only accelerated for a day. Luffy opened his eyes immediately. Gollum. A sound like thunder appeared. Meat. He started to eat Heisei with red eyes. Sanji couldn't cook as fast as he could, and the food just made disappeared immediately. Suyi leaned over to Nami's side. Acceleration bubbles, can you use it on me? Nami glanced at Suyi curiously. You shouldn't be seriously injured, right? Suyi said. If there is a chance, I will use it later. I want to see if it is useful to use the acceleration bubble after a workout. Suyi's idea is to use the acceleration bubble to speed up his recovery after using Zone to transform into a workout. See if it works. If it is effective, he may be able to become a lot stronger in a short period of time. Understood. Although Nami didn't know what Suyi was going to do, he would still support Suyi unconditionally. The banquet began. People sang and danced, drank and ate meat, and celebrated in the territory of Moria. Great, the shadow is back, and I can go home. Wife, child, I'm coming back. 35. Wow, ha ha ha, I can go to sea with my partner again. I'm going to travel around the world. 35. Advertisement. I don't want to be a pirate anymore. I just want to go back and inherit my family's manor. I just want to be in the sun right now, nothing. Lola went to the Straw Hat crew and sat down. Thank you. This is the life card I asked my mother for before I went to sea. I'll give you half of it. My mother is a very powerful character in New World. If you have trouble in the future, you can go to my mother for help. Lola took out half of the life card and tore it in half. They are all people who don't know how to keep things, so leave this to me to keep. 35. Nami took the life card and said. Everyone didn't care who Lola was referring to as mother. Only Suyi looked at Lola strangely. Really, the invisible bee is the most deadly. 3 days later, Sunshine. Yoshi, brothers, set sail. Sunshine headed towards the Fishman Island according to the direction of the recording pointer. Everyone cleaned up the messy Sunshine, and placed food and other items neatly, while Nami was counting the treasures with glowing eyes. It's incredible, the zombies took the initiative to put food and treasure on our ship. What happened? Sanji opened Sai's full refrigerator and put a carton of milk in it. Then closed the refrigerator and lock it. As a result, there were still several boxes of fresh fruit on the ground. Really, to avoid wasting food, leave it to that guy Luffy. Frankie swallowed 2 ordinary knives and began to study how to synthesize the knives. Usopp is practicing the fruit ability that has just been developed. Zoro is sleeping. Chopper, what are you doing? 39. Suyi passed a box. Chopper was tinkering with something inside. This time I found many special herbs from Moria's island, and I'm trying to transplant them into this box. Yo hoo hoo, yo hoo hoo hoo. As dusk came, Brooke took up the violin, and played a soft, vague play. Put Bink's wine. Delivered to you. Like the sea breeze as it pleases. Advertisement. Ride the wind and waves. On the other side of the sea. The sunset is also noisy. Let's sing a song. Song of the sea. J. Dead bones. Never ending. Never ending. Just a joke. At the end of the song, Brook put down the violin and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. I really miss the days when I used to sing with everyone. Laboon, how are you? Don't worry. Wait for me 2 years. I will travel around the world for a week and come back to Twin Points in 2 years. Hey, Brook, it's time to eat. Luffy's loud voice came from the kitchen. Brook put down the violin. Yo hoo hoo, I don't know if there is any milk. Night. Su Yi sat alone on the deck. Tonight it was his turn to keep watch. Cultivation. Start. The body gradually swelled, from the original human form to a hideous monster. Then return to its original state, and then turn into another monster again. Repeated this several times. By the time the practice was over, Su Yi was already soaked in sweat. Hoo, really, every time I practice, I'm so embarrassed. He is completely weak now, all his physical strength is exhausted, and even his spirit has become exhausted. He stood up and called Nami to the deck. What did you do? Did an enemy come just now? 39. When Nami saw what Su Yi looked like now, the original sleepiness disappeared. Is it serious? Su Yi said nonchalantly. Why isn't it serious? You see that there is bleeding under your skin, and your whole body has lost weight. It's like fighting with some terrifying monster for 3 days and 3 nights. Nami's expression was serious. Well, isn't it the time to use the speed bubbles? Give me that trick. Advertisement. Nami swallowed. Your condition is a bit serious. I don't know what your physique is, so let's speed up for a day. As she spoke, she brushed her hand lightly across Su Yi's skin. A layer of blue foam appeared on Su Yi's body. Hiss. Su Yi took a deep breath. A cool feeling permeated his whole body, his muscles squirmed fast, like a living creature, quickly bulging, shrinking, bulging, shrinking again. Finally at peace. After the acceleration bubble disappeared, Su Yi clenched his fist and found that the weakness had disappeared. Sure enough, it was successful. Su Yi blinked. This plan is actually feasible, the only drawback is that it will make himself old for a day. But it doesn't matter. Every time Luffy uses the second and third gears, it consumes his life force. Every time Zoro is injured so badly in battle, his lifespan will definitely be shortened. Even Roger died prematurely due to a terminal illness. Burning life is really a normal fighting method in this sea. I don't know what you did, but please don't do it again. Nami said suddenly. Su Yi looked at Nami. Nami's expression under the moonlight was a little unbearable. It doesn't matter. Only the strong can become the freest person on this sea. 4 emperors, marines, world government, these are all existences that can drive him into hell. The weak can only survive on this sea forever and be bullied by others. Su Yi stood up, patted Nami on the shoulder, and jumped to the observation deck. It has become stronger, and it has become a lot stronger, not bad. The jump just now was more than a meter higher than usual. Sitting at the top of the lookout, Su Yi watched Nami walk back to the room. Then, he touched his stomach and quietly entered the kitchen. Luffy. Sanji growled from the kitchen. What's wrong? Luffy, who had not woken up yet, yawned and walked out of the cabin. Really? The locked refrigerator can't stop you, you are not allowed to eat today. Fung. Luffy. Chapter 112 Coder, Plute and Rayleigh. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marine Headquarters. Nani, are you going to ask me to explain this to you? With a seagull decoration on his head, round glasses and a marine cape, Marine Marshal Sengoku with the word Justice written on his back is holding the handset of a phone bug and talking to 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma thousands of miles away. Ah, Moria had already been defeated when I went, and this incident was only done by Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, and among them the pirate hunter Zoro, the black-footed Sanji and other dangers. Roll. After a pause, the receiver continued. They still have a demon hunter with a bounty of 880 million Bailey. Su Yi's 880 million bounty has a lot of water, and a considerable part of it is because of his strange ability and his terrifying growth potential, not because his strength has really reached more than 800 million. Sengoku roared into the receiver. Gotta. Hanging on the opposite side. Sengoku. How can it be repaired? One by one, it will really cause trouble for people. If 7 warlords of the sea are defeated in succession, they will still be defeated by the same pirate group. If this goes on, the shocking power of 7 warlords of the sea will be reduced. It will be gone, must not let this happen, and must block the news of Moria's defeat. Sunshine sailed steadily towards the Fishman Island. Soon 073 saw the red line. Above that towering mountain is the home of the celestial dragons, the holy place of Mariajoy. Once a Murloc climbed to the Holy Land with his bare hands and rescued a large number of slaves from the celestial dragons. When Suyi saw the scale of the mountain, he suddenly felt magical. Can someone climb up there with their bare hands? And took so many slaves from the celestial dragons. It's incredible when you think about it. Yoshi, climb the red line and write it into my life goals. The corners of Suyi's mouth twitched up, his thoughts surging in his heart. What are you thinking? Asked Zoro on the side. I was wondering if this mountain can be climbed, Suyi said. Unarmed. Chopper was shocked. Advertisement. The corners of Zoro's mouth were also raised, revealing a dangerous smile full of ambition. Good idea, if I have a chance in the future, I want to try it too. Hey, you two, it's enough. Nami grumbled weakly from the side. What now? The Fishman Island is at the bottom of the sea, Frankie asked a practical question. I saw that the recording pointer on Nami's wrist pointed straight down. I remember when I went to Sky Island, the recording pointer was also pointing at the sky. It's hard to imagine what kind of adventurers Beach were the first to come to Sky Island and the Fishman Island. Chopper's eyes flashed with thought. Of course it's a super submarine at this time. Frankie walked to the rudder, activated the dock, and suddenly a shark-shaped submarine appeared on the sea. The submarine can only hold 3 people. Luffy Robin Brooke climbed first. Hey, is it really okay to let 3 capable people go underwater, and it's still several kilometers or even tens of thousands of meters deep? Suyi frantically complained on the side. My submarine can only go down 5,000 meters, Frankie said. They've gone down, Nami said, pointing to the empty sea. Frankie, I do not know how long it has been. Suddenly, a large number of bubbles rolled out of the sea. Immediately, the submarine surfaced. But followed by a sea beast. Guomo, pistol. 35. Luffy punched the sea beast. The sea beast opened its mouth and spat out 2 black shadows. The 2 shadows screamed as they fell. What? Boom. 2 shadows, one of them is a mermaid, the other is a talking starfish. People. Mermaids. Sanji felt as if he had come to heaven. Advertisement. In Zoro's mind, the figure of Granny Kokora appeared. In the next second, the figure of Granny Kokora turned into this mermaid who fell from the sky in front of her. Suyi stepped forward and looked at the mermaid in front of him. To be honest, this is also the first time he has seen a mermaid with his own eyes. I have to say that it is much more beautiful and lively than the one in the movie. After some conversation, everyone learned that the mermaid in front of him was called Kami, and the starfish was called Papagu. The 2 of them were captured by the Flying Fish Knights because of their companions, and they were about to save them, but they were eaten by passing sea kings. How careless. Nami rubbed his forehead. It's nothing. Kami at least has been eaten by sea kings more than a dozen times. Anyway, just beat up the masked man who kidnapped your friend, right? Luffy moved his fingers, and the joints suddenly made a crackling sound of popping beans. Xiaoba. I seem to have heard this name somewhere, Nami frowned. Suyi, who was on the side, smiled and said nothing while watching the crowd talking in front of him. Knowing what happened next, he was not interested in participating. Last night, I kept vigil and didn't sleep. Now I'm going to make up for sleep. Suyi waved his hand and returned to the crew cabin, and after a while, a grunt came from his mouth. Information about this group of people emerged in my mind. The so-called Flying Fish Knights are a group of guys who specialize in kidnapping and selling them. Their leader, named Debaloo, is a man who looks a lot like Sanji. Or someone who is almost identical to the sketch on Sanji's wanted list. So, When Sanji's wanted notice came out, he is often recognized by others as the Sanji deity. From a little gangster, he was forced into a pirate. And he stayed near the Sabaody Archipelago. The purpose was to wait for the Straw Hat crew to arrive here. Then, tell Sanji with your own hands what has happened to you during this time. However, Sanji will soon use his stunt, plastic kick, to kick the opponent's face into a handsome face. Advertisement. And Badaru will also become Sanji's loyal fan brother. As for the little eight who was kidnapped by the other party, it is the younger brother of Arlong, the Murloc from East Blue, Octopus Hachi. Su Yi fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, there was an octopus on the boat, making takoyaki for Luffy and others. Oh, it's delicious. Su Yi took a bite of takoyaki and immediately called out delicious. Hey, where did you come from? When everyone who was eating takoyaki saw Su Yi who suddenly appeared, they all complained in unison. Speaking of which, shouldn't the meat used in this takoyaki be cut from your own body? 35 Su Yi suddenly looked at Hachi who was cooking. Huh. Xiaoba stopped the movements in his hands and looked at Su Yi with a dull expression. The others also stopped their movements one after another and stared blankly at the takoyaki in their hands. My heart suddenly shuddered. Just kidding. If it was really cut from you, 10 octopuses would not be enough to regenerate. 35 Su Yi laughed and continued to eat takoyaki. Everyone. Boom. Nami gave Su Yi an iron fist of justice. Don't make such a joke. It makes everyone lose their appetite. Speaking of appetite, Luffy doesn't seem to be affected. Su Yi pointed to Luffy who was eating haisei beside him. He was indeed not affected in the slightest. After eating takoyaki, Xiaoba explained to everyone how to get to the Fishman Island. If you want to enter the Fishman Island, you need to coat your boat, and I happen to know a person with very good craftsmanship. He's so famous, people call him Pluton Rayleigh. Chapter 113 The man with a reward of 800 million is here. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Pluton Rayleigh. Never heard of it. Luffy looked blank. Obviously he was a man who didn't read books at all and knew the world's situation. However, after all, the Straw Hats have well-informed characters. Pluton Rayleigh. The deputy of the legendary One Piece. Robin, who was indifferently drinking a cup of black tea, suddenly stiffened, and stared blankly at Hachi, wondering if the Murloc was joking. Ah, it's him, you're right. However, Xiaoba's expression remained unchanged, and there was no sign of lying. Or maybe it's strange that such a simple Murloc would lie. However, the news was still too shocking. One Piece's deputy. Luffy was obviously more interested in One Piece. Hearing that the right-hand man of the legendary One Piece is still alive, and that he and others are about to meet each other. Immediately, the whole body got goosebumps with excitement. I rescued Rayleigh from a shipwreck 20 years ago and we've been friends ever since. With an extremely flat tone, Hachi said the most pretentious words. Nami, who originally had a grudge against Xiaoba, but had always had a grudge against Xiaoba, suddenly changed her attitude. Hey, Xiaoba, I was so rude to you just now. This is the meal money for this meal, you have taken it. He also blew a kiss to Xiaoba. Xiaoba immediately waved his hands in panic and said, No way Nami, you saved me, and I once attacked your village, I can't take your money. Zoro on the side was shocked for a whole year. Nami actually offered to give money. Is this world going to be destroyed? Nami directly gave Zoro an iron fist of justice. Idiot, the other party knows a legendary character. We can't provoke each other. If we can spend money to eliminate disasters, it's fine. Zoro rubbed the big bag above his head with a speechless and unhappy face. Luffy is excited to dance there. One Piece's deputy. One Piece's deputy. One Piece's deputy. Nami, let's go quickly, and tell me how to get to Sabaody Island. Advertisement. After this farce is over, the crowd finally set off towards the Sabaody Archipelago. On the way, Hachi introduced relevant information about Sabaody Archipelago to everyone. Although he already knew, Su Yi was still listening. Sabaody Archipelago is not the original island of the Grand Line, or it is not an ordinary island. The general islands are formed by the land, which is rich in minerals. But the Sabaody Archipelago is made up of the largest mangrove in the world, the Yarchman mangrove. On the roots of the mangroves emerging from the sea, islands are formed. Every tree is an island. There are 79 trees in total. And each tree is arranged in order from 1 to 79. The northwest direction is the entrance dedicated to marine entering the archipelago, from where the pirates can only seek death. Others can only enter from the 44th tree in the south. In the southwestern part of the archipelago, it is impossible, where not even the marines can manage. The lawless land is full of villains such as pirates and bounty hunters, and it is a very dangerous place. Xiao Ba suddenly remembered something. I remind you in advance, because Sabaody Archipelago is very close to the Holy Land Mariajoy, 35. And the marine headquarters is nearby, so it is very likely that there will be world nobles here. If you meet them, don't make trouble. Even if you see someone killed in front of you, don't stand out. When you meet a world noble, you should be like everyone else. Kneel down and don't look directly into the other person's eyes. World nobility. What is that? Luffy looked puzzled. That's not a thing, Xiao Bai said solemnly. The world nobles are the descendants of the 20 royal families who founded the world government 800 years ago, and they call themselves celestial dragons. After a pause, he continued. Celestial dragons live in the Holy Land Mariajoy, manage the world government, and are the race that truly rules the entire world. They can do anything, take others as their slaves at will, or kill them in the street. Die. If their safety is threatened, the Marine Admiral is on the move. Marine Admiral. Luffy and others were suddenly shocked. Advertisement. A man of Aokiji's level would actually go out to protect them. Xiao Ba looked at the shocked faces of everyone and took a deep breath. In short, you just don't need to cause trouble. Anyway, as long as you don't take the initiative to provoke celestial dragons, there is generally no problem. Sunshine has finally arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago. The boat stopped at number 41 Woods. After disembarking, everyone stood on the island, looking at everything around them in surprise. The sun is shining here, and it turns into a soft pale green through the huge mangrove leaves. The air is exceptionally fresh and there are dreamy colors everywhere. From time to time, the ground will bubble up one by one. Kami said. The roots of the mangroves secrete a special kind of branch, which produces air bubbles through the breathing of the roots, and the coating craftsman wraps the boat with resin, so that it can travel under the sea at a depth of 10,000 meters. 39. Luffy suddenly jumped up, stepped on a bubble, and then jumped to a higher bubble. After that, I kept jumping and having fun. After Su Yi grabbed a bubble, he stuffed his head inside. Ah, so this should be celestial dragons. After playing for a while, the people began to discuss. First go to meet Rayleigh, One Piece's deputy. For flowers. Then go shopping and go shopping. By the way, I won't go, Su Yi said suddenly. Why? Nami looked surprised. After all, it is an opportunity to meet the legendary characters. How could Su Yi, a guy who likes lively, not be tempted? But Su Yi knew that he would never see Rayleigh now. Advertisement. So don't plan to waste time. Marine Headquarters. Reporting to the Marshal, just reported by our intelligence personnel in the Sabaody Bottom Archipelago, that the Straw Hat crew has arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago. 95. Sengoku looked at Marine who was reporting. The demon hunter is there. Soldier Marine said. Yes, and it doesn't look like they have the slightest bit of fatigue or wounds. 35. Sengoku fell into silence for a while. Defeat Gecko Moria, repel Bartholomew Kuma, without the slightest damage. This man's strength is really unfathomable. 0. Kacha. Kacha, Kacha. On the sofa beside, there was a sound of chewing senbei. Don't put on a laid-back pose when I'm busy, Garp. Sengoku yelled. Ha ha ha, this is the retirement life you're looking forward to, Sengoku. Garp ate senbei with a smile on his face, in stark contrast to Sengoku who was constantly processing documents. Besides, I wasn't called by you. 35. Sengoku took a deep breath. The shit your grandson did at the Eni's lobby, and he beat 2 Shichibukai. How much trouble you've caused me. It's a blessing that you can eat here with such peace of mind. If it weren't for you, it's a marine hero. You've already died 10,000 times. Garp laughed and said, it's useless to kill me. Anyway, it has already happened, hasn't it? Sengoku snatched the bag containing the senbei from Garp's hand, raised his head and poured all the senbei into his mouth. Garp. The marine soldier asked tentatively. Well, Marshal, do you need to take some measures? After all, a big pirate with a bounty of 800 million Baileys boarded the Sabaody Archipelago, and now the bounty on the Sabaody Bottom Islands exceeds 100 million. There are already 12 pirates. 35. Sengoku let out a long breath, and said helplessly, forget it. Doesn't matter. 2 lines of snot flowed from the marine's mouth, as if taken aback by the marshal's decision. Ah, now we are ready to face Whitebeard. There is no extra force to deal with a few pirates, and there are celestial dragons on the Sabaody Archipelago. That demon hunter Suyi should be a rational person and won't do anything out of the ordinary. Things. Sengoku used his shrewd mind over the years to analyze. It can be said that he was well organized, and the marine soldiers listened at a glance. Chapter 114 Conqueror's Hockey, Celestial Dragons Kneel. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After Su Yi separated from the crowd, he went to Island 31 alone. Along the way, he took a leisurely walk and admired the scenery on the island. I also bought some souvenirs. Speaking of which, there are currently 11 supernovae on the island, but if you count me now, it should be 12 supernovae. 5. Su Yi didn't know if he was a supernova or not, but all these false names didn't matter. It's a pity that among the 11 supernovas, only Luffy and his gang worked hard for 2 years before they could have a place in the new world. The rest, while talking big words, were smoothed out by the 4 emperors of the new world. Only Trafalgaro is still a good mix, know how to hug Luffy's thigh. He even developed his own op fruit to the point where he could chop off armament hockey. The so-called supernovas are, at most, errands in front of the 4 emperors. Luckily Marine had the leisure and grace to come up with such a title. After walking for a long time, Su Yi finally came to Island 31. He casually found a seat beside 077 on the road and sat down, quietly waiting for the good show to be staged. After a few hours, suddenly there was a commotion among the crowd. Immediately, a man dressed like a pirate captain with a strange collar around his neck appeared. Help me, please help me. I have my own wife and children. I want to go home. I don't want to die. I'm not a pirate. I want to go home. I want to go home. The other party seems to be a powerful existence, but at this time, it is almost humble to ask for help from the passers-by around. However, when passers-by saw it, they avoided Sasori one by one. Don't come near him. This man is a slave. Oops. The celestial dragons should be nearby, or it's better to get away from this place. It's pathetic, but that's the reality. You've been enslaved by celestial dragons. The collar on the man's neck suddenly made a strange alarm sound. Yes, it's going to explode. Flee. 35. Advertisement. The passers-by fled in panic. Boom. A few seconds later, the collar exploded violently like a bomb. When the smoke cleared, the man also lost consciousness and fell to the ground. However, the collar around his neck was intact. Su Yi, who had been watching the play on the side of the road, raised his head and looked at the road covered by smoke. Out of the smoke ran a white dog with a bubble on its head. It ran slowly to the side of the slave, then raised one leg, and urinated on the man whose life and death were unknown. At the same time, 2 people in bizarre costumes resembling space suits with bubbles resembling astronaut helmets appear. 2 people, 1 male and 1 female, 1 old and 1 young. They all have weird hairstyles that look like unicorn horns. And seeing these 2, the passers-by suddenly knelt on the ground in unison. I hate it, father, and another one is broken. The female celestial dragons looked at the man on the ground, like a little girl broke her own toy. The older-looking man, celestial dragons, said, is he sedated on time every day? Female celestial dragons said, yes, but it doesn't work for this kind of idiot. Please buy me a new one. You really don't know how to train people, and you have ruined my captain's collection one after another, said 55 male celestial dragons. The female celestial dragon suddenly kicked the man on the ground. Looking at the strength, it was like kicking a sandbag. It's all my fault that this guy is so useless. A big man is crying and calling for a wife and children. 99. Her feet kept kicking the man, and the man who had fainted didn't react at all, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. When the passers-by on the side saw this, they all bowed their heads a little unbearably. At this moment, the female celestial dragon suddenly stopped her movements and raised her head to look at Suyi not far away. The male celestial dragons also noticed Suyi's presence at this time. Passers-by followed the line of sight of the two and looked at Suyi on one side. Hey! The passers-by exclaimed in their hearts, and their eyeballs almost fell out. I saw Suyi sitting on a small stool at this time, wearing a toad mirror, eating an ice cream. What is this guy doing? The passers-by roared in their hearts. This guy, are you tired of living? Advertisement. Female celestial dragons raised the pistol and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom. The bullet flew out, and Suyi stood up seemingly casually, but easily dodged the bullet. The female celestial dragons did not suspect him, thinking it was just an accident, and continued to pull the trigger. Boom. Suyi tilted her head and took a step forward, dodging the second bullet. The female celestial dragons continued to pull the trigger a third time without changing her face. Boom. Suyi was already in front of the two celestial dragons at this time. $7. Passers-by were shocked. Suyi's figure is erratic, just like a ghost. And the two celestial dragons haven't realized what kind of master they have encountered at this time. Still facing Suyi with an indifferent expression. You untouchables, don't kneel when you see a celestial dragons. Next, the female celestial dragons aimed the gun at Suyi's forehead. The corners of Suyi's mouth curled up in a dangerous arc. I don't know whether to live or die. A burst of hockey burst out. Whether it's celestial dragons bodyguards, or passers-by. At this moment, my vision is blurred. Then, passers-by fainted in succession. The two celestial dragons naturally fell to their knees without exception. The two bodyguards regained consciousness after a brief absence. The two celestial dragons looked at Suyi in disbelief, not understanding why their legs suddenly became weak when they saw this man, and then they fell to their knees. And this is a shame for both of them. You know, they are the dignified celestial dragons. The existence above everything in the world. They can make anyone their slave and kill anyone at will without having to explain it to anyone. As a result, now, they actually knelt in front of a pariah whom they looked down on. Advertisement. Then, they felt a stronger haki emanating from Suyi. Both of them lost consciousness. You guy. The bodyguard is about to shoot. Suddenly I felt a pain in my abdomen, like being stabbed with a sword. What he didn't see was that at this moment, the shadow under his feet was being pierced by Suyi's shadow with a long shadow sword, and blood was flowing from his abdomen. There is a program called Metamorphosis in my hometown, which is about letting children in the city go to the countryside to experience life. 99. I wonder what life experience would be if you celestial dragons became slaves. He. As he spoke, he grabbed the heads of the two celestial dragons, the air in front of him automatically opened a door, he threw them in, and then walked in himself. After half a second, the door closed automatically, and the surroundings returned to silence. At this point, passers-by fainted, and Celestial Dragon's bodyguard was seriously injured and unconscious. A tall slave who was originally held by the chains of Celestial Dragons was bewildered. Who am I? My 4.9 is there. What am I going to do? Drop by drop. At this moment, the collar on his neck suddenly sounded an alarm. No, it's going to explode. The slave's pupils shrank. Sabaody Archipelago. On the other side. Luffy and others came to Rayleigh's place. Shaki's ripping off. It's a name that seems to make people feel bad. A group of people walked in. Inside is the information pass Shaki. It's a pity that even Shaki from Grandmaster Intelligence doesn't know where Rayleigh has gone. It's possible that you're gambling somewhere. Possibly on Island 1 as well. What is he doing on Island 1? Luffy asked with some confusion. Shaki said. Rayleigh likes to gamble and drink, so he often has no money. In order to make money, he auctioned himself as a slave, then robbed the buyer's family, and finally returned to continue gambling and drinking. Everyone. Chapter 115 Auction Celestial Dragons. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Knowing that Rayleigh is not at home. Everyone had no choice but to find Rayleigh and experience the customs of Sabaody Archipelago. I'm really convinced Suyi, how can he seem to be a prophet? Maybe this is the wise man. Sanji chose to buy some ingredients. Nami and Robin wanted to go shopping. Zoro intends to take a walk alone and buy some wine by the way. Frankie went back to guard the boat. Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, Brook, Hachi and Kami went to the amusement park. Just as everyone was on their next tour. Everywhere in the Sabaody Islands, 9 supernovas also learned the news of the Straw Hat Crew coming to Sabaody. Straw Hat Crew, Captain Monkey D. Luffy has a high bounty of 400 million, 14 supernovas are only 5 of their pirates. 35. What Su Yi didn't know was that the original 11 supernovas of Sabaody Archipelago have now become 14. The Straw Hat Crew has 5 spots exclusively. Captain Monkey D. Luffy, Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro, Blackfoot Sanji, Sniper Usopp, and Demon Hunter Su Yi. In a pub, Kid, who was drinking, had a wanted notice in his hand. Above is Su Yi's face. 800 million, it seems that the attack on the Enies lobby has increased their bounty a lot. I knew I would go there and make a big 14 games. One of Kid's crew members said. The bounty is so much higher than Captain Kid, probably because of the attack on the Enies lobby, but I don't know who is stronger than Captain Kid. 5. You guys really feel good about yourself. On the opposite table, Bonnie, the king of big stomachs, taunted Kid unceremoniously while eating, showing no mercy at all. In the world of pirates, the bounty cannot be easily increased after reaching 300 million. Marine is not a fool. How could he provide a bounty of 800 million for attacking the Enies lobby? The only explanation is that this man has the bounty matches the strength and potential. Advertisement. Speaking of which, Bonnie stuffed a piece of barbecue into his mouth and said vaguely, if you can't even think of this, it can only mean that you are just a group of small characters who feel good about themselves, so don't go to New World. If you go, you will die. You bastard, are you finding fault? Kid patted the table and looked a little bad. Bonnie didn't have time to pay attention to the other party at all, and was eating food wholeheartedly at this time. Kid got bored, sat down, and pulled out Luffy's wanted list. This kid named Luffy doesn't seem to be a deterrent at all. Can he really suppress a man with a bounty of 800 million? And from this silly face, how can he have a bounty of 400 million? Kid said. The big stomach King Bonnie exhaled a gas from his nostrils. Really, I have convinced you. Judge a person based on appearance alone, and your bounty mainly comes from killing ordinary people, while others' bounty is for defeating people. Shichibukai, breaking into Enies lobby. Speaking of which, she finished drinking a glass of wine, slapped the glass on the table, let out a long breath, and continued, what qualifications do you have to judge each other so frivolously? Boom. The last trace of Kid's face was ruthlessly torn by Bonnie, and his face turned gloomy over the table. Looks like you want to fight. Island 24, unable to zone. A celestial dragons appeared in the street. A human with a collar on his neck was lying on the ground, taking on the role of the celestial dragon's mount. A chain is attached to the collar, held in the hands of celestial dragons. The man has a runny nose, eats ice cream, and doesn't look very smart. Seeing this, passers-by knelt on the ground in fear, not daring to disobey celestial dragons. At this time, 3 supernovas happened to be present on this street. Monk Rouge, Scarecrow Hawkins, Hyaming App. The strange monk caught a glimpse of the celestial dragons that suddenly appeared. Celestial dragons, they show off so recklessly in the impossible zone, it's a troublesome race, it seems that they can only kneel down and wait for him to pass first. Saying that, he was already kneeling on the ground. Like the passers-by around him, he lowered his head to celestial dragons. Scarecrow Hawkins hid in the alley in the distance, not daring to expose his figure to the sight of celestial dragons. Hyaming Apu is standing on the roof of the hotel very far away. Celestial dragons, who had a snot, added a mouthful of ice cream and said to himself, where did Zaluria Palace and my father leave me? Advertisement. Saying that, he stepped on the head of the human slave sitting under his buttocks. Boy, it's all your fault for wanting to be as slow as a tortoise and shaking so badly. It sucks to ride you, you bastard, it's really annoying. 99. Oops, Cammy's gone. In the amusement park, Luffy and the others looked panicked. Kami, who came to the amusement park with them, has disappeared. A group of people using phone bugs to call other people. told them the news. A group of people suddenly gave up the idea of continuing to play, and began to think about where Kami went. I should have thought that we mermen and murlocs can't come to the amusement park at all, it is too dangerous for us here. Little Bay was sad and remorseful. Then, he spoke of the dark side of Sabaody's surface prosperity. Near Sabaody Island is the Fishman Island. 20 years ago, Gold Roger, the Pirate King, started the era of the great pirates. Countless pirates flocked to the Grand Line, and no matter which road you choose from Twin Points, you will eventually enter the second half of the Grand Line, New World through the Fishman Island. As a result, all kinds of pirates, bounty hunters, and human traffickers began to capture and sell mermen and murlocs. The trade of murlocs is an unspoken act in Sabaody Island, and the interests in it are even related to Marine and the world government. Until now, Sabaody Island has an auction for slaves. Every once in a while, murloc slaves are auctioned off. And if it is a rare commodity like a mermaid, it will sell for a very exaggerated sky-high price. Island 1 auction, right. I see, go look there. Luffy made a judgment immediately. It's only possible now. The first thing the traffickers do after catching the mermaid is to sell it to prevent the huge sum of money from running away. 99. As a result, the group headed towards island number 1. At the same time, advertisement. Island 1. Auction. Gate. A human trafficker, carrying a linen bag, said a few words to the man at the back door and walked in. I'm so lucky. I actually met a mermaid. She's still a female. She's made a fortune now. I don't know how much I can sell it for. After he walked in, he saw his old acquaintance who was also the owner of this auction. Yo, today's business is good. The condition of these two slaves looks very good. The skin is so white. This woman 077 should be quite beautiful, but why is her hair so messy? Are they dumb and why don't they speak? When the trafficker walked in, he saw an unfamiliar face. And the two slaves brought by this man, one looked 50 or 60 years old, with a shaved head and a big belly, just like a fat pig, looking disgusting. The other one is very beautiful, looks like he is in his 20s, with fair skin, tender skin, a good figure, and a good face, but his hair is messy and does not look good. And the two slaves were tied with ropes at this time, unable to move. Their mouths kept opening, as if they wanted to say something, but no sound came out of their throats. Human traffickers are already familiar with this. After all, the slaves sent here are all of this kind of virtue. These two guys, the men can be used as coolies, you know the women. The young man who brought the two slaves said to the boss, waved his hand and left. The boss immediately ordered someone to come and put collars on the two men. Ooh, forehead. The two slaves struggled more desperately, their eyebrows wrinkled, and their faces were very vicious. I can't wait to eat everyone here. The boss immediately slapped the two of them in dissatisfaction. Really, be honest with me, I've become a slave and I don't know how to praise. The young man who walked out of the auction, Su Yi, looked back at the two slaves. The two also saw him, with deep fear in their eyes. That's right, the two sold slaves were the two celestial dragons that Su Yi had captured earlier. Chapter 116 shocked Rayleigh for 100 years. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After Su Yi threw two celestial dragons into the special space of the door fruit. Just deal with the two of them. Make it look unrecognizable to others. The bodyguards of the two celestial dragons have already been dealt with. Soon, no one will find out that the celestial dragons are missing. Of course, even if someone found out, they wouldn't know who it was. Even if I took 10,000 steps back, Marine really knew that it was Su Yi who did it. They couldn't catch Su Yi either. If it's a big deal, go to the Sky Island to hide. Hee hee. You can find me and count me as a loser. And Su Yi did things that people in this world thought were rebellious, just because he thought it was fun. Imagine two celestial dragons who have treated all races as slaves, pampered since birth, aloof and despised, suddenly turned into slaves and bought and led the most miserable life. What a wonderful scene that would be. The only pity Su Yi felt was that he couldn't see with his own eyes the tragic lives of these two celestial dragons in the future. And once the matter is revealed, the auction, which has been operating a population auction for many years, will be reduced to ashes in the wrath of celestial dragons. Even the Sabaody Archipelago, where human trafficking is the norm, will be reduced to ashes. Next, Kami is auctioned off, Luffy shoots celestial dragons, Kizaru arrives, and Big Bear rescues Straw Hat crew. Su Yi was thinking in his heart, and he has nothing to do next. Despite his intervention, everyone in Straw Hat crew is now much stronger than in the original book. And everyone has become a capable person, even if there is a capable person who is not afraid of seawater and seastone. But to enter the new world, it is still too weak. Entering rashly, I am afraid that it will become Kid 2 years later, who was beaten into a maim by Kaido with a stick, and then imprisoned abruptly. Either he became like Hawkins and Hyaming Appu, who was smoothed out by society and became a younger brother under the hands of the 4 emperors. He was not even a big kanban, and his status was only a little higher than that of ordinary trash. Next, you can go for a walk at Impel Down, and then go to Marine headquarters to watch the largest war in history. Where are we going in the next 2 years? Infiltrating the Marine and stealing the Marine Admiral's abilities. 55. Or look for the Revolutionary Army, talk about the future and talk about ideals. Advertisement. Or find a deserted island to exercise for 2 years. Just as Su Yi was thinking about how to plan her vacation for the next 2 years. Backstage of the auction. The place where slaves were held. Hurry up. Go fast, you are squeaking, I will slap you if you don't go. A vicious staff member pushed and shoved the 2 celestial dragons. 2 celestial dragons, who were pampered, and aloof on weekdays, were treated like this, and it was like falling into hell. However, from the beginning, they were stubborn and wanted to continue to command these lowly pariahs as they used to. They have now understood their situation. I also learned that if we continue to do what these pariahs say, we'll be severely beaten, even if they call themselves celestial dragons. But at this time their throats were paralyzed by some medicine, and they couldn't speak at all. His hands were tied and he could not write. Even if they could really talk, no one would believe that any captured slaves were celestial dragons. What's more, they have explosive collars around their necks. They themselves deeply understand the horror of this circle. As a result, the 2 were locked in a cage. After that, the staff left. Ooh, 2 celestial dragons snuggled together, tears welling up from the corners of their eyes. How have they ever suffered such grievances? From the high clouds above, he was suddenly knocked down into this dark, damp and moldy cage. Crunch, crunch. There was the sound of someone drinking from the side. The 2 celestial dragons looked sideways. This is a handsome old man with silver hair and glasses. After the old man finished drinking, he subconsciously looked at the 2 newcomers. Advertisement. Next moment. Puff. Rayleigh spit out the drink he hadn't had time to swallow. God. Celestial dragons. Rayleigh was stunned. Utterly astonished. Lived such a long age. He has seen Murloc slaves, mermaid slaves, giant slaves, villain slaves, human slaves. In short, all kinds of slaves. Only haven't seen celestial dragon's slave. The 2 guys in front of me, although ordinary people can't see it. But his eyes are vicious, and he can recognize from the down-to-earth temperament exuding from the 2 of them, these are definitely 2 celestial dragons. Rayleigh fell silent. Utterly silent. His eyes were obscured by the darkness, and his expression could not be seen clearly. After a long time, he raised his head, with a confused expression on his face. Who is it that did such a ridiculous thing? It's too sturdy. It's incredible. This auction is expected to go down in history. Ha ha ha. The first auction of celestial dragons' slaves. It is estimated that this auction will be reduced to ashes by then. No, even this island. The more Rayleigh thinks about it, the worse it gets. Then, swiftly across the arms of the 2 celestial dragons. This is a true fall from heaven to hell. Not without the celestial dragons whose chips were taken away. This means that the 2 of them will become slaves from gods. Thinking of this, he suddenly stood up and walked to the 2 celestial dragons. Throwing these 2 chips into the territory of some 4 emperors. The 2 celestial dragons that lost their chips were unknown at first, so the Don Quixote family is a precedent. Advertisement. 2 high-tech chips were taken out. And once they get lost, the presence of chips can also locate them. Rayleigh took a deep breath and suddenly drew a sword from nowhere. Chip. Ooh. The two wailed heartily. But now, the chip was taken away by the old human man in front of him. This top swordsmanship, few people in the world can do it. When the time comes, let the world government, let the marine fleet find the trouble of the four emperors. In short, things have already happened. Even if they let the two of them go, they will never let go of this island. It's really troublesome. 99. Rayleigh thought to himself, holding the two chips in his hands, planning to take a boat to New World after going out. The chip that represents the identity of the celestial dragons is very important, and it is also the thing that locates the location of the celestial dragons. They can't be carried with them, and they can be thrown into the sea a little further away. These two guys will let them be a slave for life. Trembling with cold, he opened the door of the cage on his own, and then ran to another cage to continue drinking. Their blood was cold. The two looked at Rayleigh with fearful eyes. But soon his eyes became extremely terrifying. At this moment, the two are like falling into an ice cave. I can't use my hands, I bite Rayleigh's legs with my mouth. That's something that symbolizes their identity. Once stripped of the chip, the identity of celestial dragons is lost and can never be recovered. And the two of them are very clear about their fate. Rayleigh naturally ignored the whining husband of the two bereaved dogs. How would people go to the Fishman Island without the Sabaody Islands? The two wounds did not bleed. Chapter 117 Countdown to the Auction. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Luffy and others are rushing to the auction at full speed at this time. At this time, two celestial dragons, the Murloc Kami, and Pluton Rayleigh were imprisoned in the cage in the backstage of the auction. Auction is about to start. As usual, people who entered the venue had no idea that they were going to experience the craziest auction in history today. Not only celestial dragons will buy slaves, in fact, as long as they have money and spare time, they will be arty and learn from celestial dragons to buy some slaves for fun. What they didn't know, however, was that among today's slaves, there would be two celestial dragons. The organizers of the auction do not know that today's heavyweight auctions are not so-called mermaids. Inside is the legendary One Piece's deputy, Pluton Rayleigh, as well as the two celestial dragons who usually kneel when they meet, but at this time they were put on collars like slaves, and they were beaten and scolded for a while. The countdown to the auction is on. At this time, Suyi was standing on a roof, looking at the back of someone in front of you. The other party did not notice his presence, still looking at the endless stream of people below. Skalakman Apu, captain of the broadcast pirates, the person with the ability of the sound fruit, with a bounty of 198 million berry, joined the Kaido pirates 2 years later, and hindered the Straw Hat Crew crusade in the Battle of Onishima Kaido. A series of messages from each other flashed in Suyi's mind. Apu is a long-handed family with 3 joints on both arms. With your hands down normally, your fingertips can touch your knees. And the purpose of Suyi's coming here is the sound fruit of the other party. Stab. A trace of electricity filled his body, and Suyi disappeared in place. 077. Huh. Apu seemed to feel something, looked back. But no one saw it. Then, he suddenly felt someone tap his shoulder. He suddenly shrugged and was surprised that someone could touch his shoulder unknowingly, and he didn't even notice the other person's appearance before that. Does this mean that if the other party wants to kill him, he is already dead? When he saw the person who patted his shoulder, his pupils shrank. You can't go wrong with this face. There was a hint of hockey on the calm face. It seemed that a male lion was deliberately hiding its claws, but it only made people more fearful. Demon Hunter, Suyi. The man with a bounty of 880 million Bailey. 35. Advertisement. Apu is not some idiot. As an intelligence officer of the Kaido pirates 2 years later, he has a considerable brain and intelligence gathering ability. Therefore, he has heard some gossip, and it seems that the title of Demon Hunter has practical meaning. The word, devil, does not refer to the personality of the other party, but refers to something else. As for the word, hunter, it is very intriguing. Now, do you mean specifically hunting demon fruit power? Suyi looked at the man in front of him, and when he came to such a close distance, the other party didn't even make a move. To steal the opponent's ability, he needs to meet 3 conditions: understanding the opponent's ability, seeing the opponent's ability to use, and touching the opponent's body with his hand. Now that the two conditions have been met, it's just a matter of seeing the other party's ability to use it. Hey, are you that supernova? Su Yi could only pull out the blue bird and made a gesture of finding fault. Scrape and chop. Apu saw that Su Yi drew his sword, but did not attack. I had already made a judgment in my heart, and I was sure that Su Yi was here to make up his mind. He immediately launched an attack, and a sonic slash went towards Su Yi. Stab. Su Yi's body flashed with electricity, and his body suddenly disappeared in place. Where have people gone? Apu looked around nervously. What ability did that man use just now? Is it Marine's shave? How fast? At this time, he did not notice that his piano keys and teeth had returned to their normal white fang appearance. In an alley, a book appeared in Su Yi's right hand, and he turned to the latest page, which clearly showed that the yin fruit had arrived. I have collected 25 kinds of fruit abilities, I just don't know what will happen when I collect 30 kinds. Su Yi secretly looked forward to it. Then, he sensed it with his sense of sight. It is worth mentioning that, because the area of the Sabaody Archipelago is too large, his sight and sight cannot be fully covered. However, his sense of sight is very special, and he can hear sounds far away from the range, but of course he can only hear them occasionally. However, he soon found traces of a second supernova within sight. Straw fruit ability, Hawkins. Chilla. Su Yi turned into electricity and came to Hawkins's side. At this time, Hawkins was divination for himself, and he didn't notice the dangerous proximity at all. But his younger brother found Su Yi, who suddenly appeared. Old. Big. Advertisement. At this moment, time seems to have slowed down a lot. Su Yi turned into electricity and flashed behind Hawkins. Raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Then, it instantly turns into a current and goes away. Since Hawkins is using his ability to divination at this time. So Su Yi has seen the ability of the other side. Beej. Hawkins turned back, but saw no one. What's wrong? He looked at his subordinates. Suddenly I noticed that the poker cards in my hand disappeared. Immediately, he discovered that his abilities were no longer available. How come? Hawkins's forehead cold sweat suddenly fell. Today's divination did not find any abnormality. Su Yi, who has gone far, scoffs at Hawkins' divination. His thief ability was brought from outside this world. Not what this world originally was. How could straw fruit be predicted? Su Yi's next target is the strange monk Rouge. The other party's causal fruit is a pretty good ability. After being attacked, the body will become larger and the strength will also increase. If he finds a suitable zone fruit in the future and chooses hand-to-hand combat, the karma fruit will become the strongest auxiliary fruit. But the location of the strange monk is not easy to find. Su Yi spent a long time in the Sabaody Archipelago, and finally saw the figure of a strange monk on a street. Snapped. He patted each other on the shoulder. When the strange monk realized that there was someone behind him, Huo Ran turned around and saw Su Yi. Demon Hunter Su Yi, what are your plans? The strange monk has a smile on his face. This is his habit, even in the face of danger. Advertisement. Boom. Su Yi didn't say a word, just punched the opponent directly. The strange monk flew out directly, smashing a bunch of buildings. What a strange power. The crew members of the strange monk next to them all widened their eyes, staring at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Really? It turned out to be a fault. Don't think that you have the 800 million bounty to be amazing. My ability is the best at the following, and it's your fault that I didn't kill me with one blow. The strange monk who came out of the rubble began to swell in size. The karma fruit ability was activated, and the strength of Su Yi's hitting on the monster was transformed into the power of the monster. Good ability. Su Yi muttered to himself, not intending to continue wasting time. He jumped up directly, and disappeared from everyone's sight with a few jumps on the roof. It's strange to have run away. The strange monk carried the hexagonal weapon on his shoulders, and was about to think about why Su Yi was running, when he suddenly noticed that his body was slowly shrinking. It shouldn't be, the time hasn't come, wait. The strange monk suddenly realized something. Say to one of your subordinates, hit me. Hit me with all your might. Seeing that his captain was so anxious, the pirate also went out of his way and punched the strange monk in the stomach. Boom. The strange monk spit out a mouthful of blood. But he didn't care, just stared blankly at his hands. Are your abilities out of use? After stealing the monster's ability, Su Yi opened the book and glanced at it. At this time, there are 4 supernovas with devil fruit ability on the island. Kid, Mafia Capone, Bonnie, and Trafalgaro. Kid's ability is bound to be acquired, but the latter 3 may be allies in the future. Wait, maybe it can be like this. Su Yi suddenly thought of something. He can steal other people's abilities, and he can also lend them to others. So is it possible to steal it first and then borrow it out? In this way, the number of fruits in his book has increased, and it has no effect on the master of ability. Chapter 118. 30 kinds of abilities are gathered together, fruit fusion. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Let's do an experiment first. 99. Su Yi has found the Mafia Capone and is about to attack it. Capone immediately discovered the existence of Su Yi. What are you doing? Demon Hunter Su Yi. I saw that Capone's body suddenly opened a small door, and inside the door was his crew, pointing guns at himself. For Capone, the whole person is a castle, even if there are people watching from behind. Therefore, the appearance of Su Yi was reported to Capone as soon as possible, and Capone learned about it. Nothing. I just want to talk to you about life and ideals. Su Yi immediately raised his hands. A harmless appearance. YF2F. Capone also turned around at this time. The castle fruit ability was activated, and doors appeared one by one on the front of the body. Inside, there were also mafia armed with guns, aiming at Su Yi. Seeing that the other party was already on guard, Su Yi took a few steps back and disappeared into the crowd. Really? Each of these supernovae is so dangerous, Capone sighed in relief. In fact, Su Yi gave him a very strong sense of oppression. As a godfather, who has been in the dark world for a long time, his eyes are still very vicious. He didn't know whether Su Yi had the strength of the 800 million bounty, but Su Yi gave him a very dangerous feeling. Snapped. Suddenly, a hand clapped on Capone's body. Capone's pupils shrank. But at the same time, the hand patted him again. There is only half a second between before and after. When Capone turned around suddenly, he didn't find Su Yi at all. Did something just happen? Advertisement. He asked his subordinates. Boss, just now the castle seemed to collapse for a moment, but it recovered immediately. 99. As that's so. Capone couldn't believe it. He was almost 100% sure that the demon hunter had done something to himself. But he didn't know exactly what it was. The successful Su Yi opened his book, turned to the latest page. Castle fruit is displayed on it, and loaned is also displayed. The corners of his mouth twitched. Su Yi began to look for the next target. First of all, he found Bonnie, the big eater who was eating haze, in the restaurant. After pretending to be a food delivery man and touching each other twice, the opponent's ability was also successfully stolen by him. Age fruit can change a person's age. If you are an old man, you can become a young man, and if you are a middle-aged man, you can become a child or an old man. But you can't make babies younger, and you can't make old people older. Then, Su Yi found Trafalgaro again. Luo's vigilance is higher than those of supernovae. When I felt someone tap my shoulder twice, he launched the slaughterhouse for the first time. But he didn't find anyone around him. Who is it? Is it a hallucination? When Luo thought so, Su Yi, who has been far away from here, hiding in a small alley somewhere, opened the book in his hand. Ding! Congratulations, host has collected 30 abilities, and the system has started to upgrade. Upgraded successfully. Your ability has added a new function, please pay attention to check. 55. The new functions are Fruit Development Progress Display, Fruit Fusion Function. Fruit Development Progress Display. The fruit ability you steal will show the development progress, and the fruit ability can be awakened when the development progress reaches 50%. Advertisement. Fruit Fusion Function. Fruits of the same series cannot be fused. You can only perform fusion operations once a day, and decomposition operations only once a day. Fruit fusion. Development progress display. Su Yi became interested, opened the Book of Thieves, and immediately found that the content inside was different. Below each fruit is a progress bar that shows the current level of development. Green represents the progress of his own development. The red one represents the development progress of the ability he lent out. The one with the highest degree of development in his hand is actually the shadow fruit, and the development progress is currently 33%. The developed moves are Shadow Box, Shadow Stand, Shadow Revolution, Shadow Mage, Scattered Bat, Shadow Horn Gun, Shadow Gathering Ground, Black Suit, and Shadow Attack. The previous ones were developed by Moria, and Su Yi became a master with a little practice. The Black Suit and Shadow Attack at the back were developed by himself. And then Thunder Fruit. Thunder Fruit is not that easy to develop, even though Su Yi knows the tricks developed by Enel. But he himself could not use it. For example, 200 million volts, Thor, 100 million volts Lei Ying, etc. He currently does not have a master even for such advanced manipulation skills as Thunder Beast. But he mastered teleportation, basic thunder and lightning attacks, and the ball thunder move he developed, which also brought his development progress to 13%. The development progress of other fruits is basically 10%, which is probably the level of master just now. Then, Su Yi began to check the development progress of the fruits he lent. First Supernova. Capone's Castle Fruit. Development progress is 17%. The fruit of the Age of Bony, the King of Big Stomachs, the development progress is 13%. Finally, there is Op Fruit in Trafalgaro, which is 37% in development. Among them, Luo is obviously more concerned about his own fruits. For flowers. Su Yi continued to turn the page, intending to see who among his partners was the most developed. Zoro. Light Lion Fruit, 10% development progress. Sanji. Transparent Fruit, development progress 13%. Advertisement. Usopp. Wax Fruit, development progress 21%. Nami. Bubble Fruit, development progress 17%. Frankie. Munch Fruit, 19% development progress. Among them, Usopp is the most developed, followed by Frankie, Nami, and Sanji. It is estimated that he just used the transparent fruit as a tool to peek at the women's bathroom. Zoro, on the other hand, purely uses the light lion fruit as an auxiliary ability to exercise his body. Even in battle, it will not be used at all. These guys, really? Su Yi smiled. Then start looking at the fruit fusion section. 0.0. Fruit fusion can only be done once a day. If you are not satisfied with the fusion result, it can also be decomposed into the original fruit. But decomposition can only be done once a day. Also, Zone cannot merge with Zone, Paramecia cannot merge with Paramecia, Logia cannot merge with Logia. Su Yi rubbed his chin and began to browse the fruits that he could currently use. Scythe Fruit, Chop Fruit, Squirrel Fruit, Smoke Fruit, Slippery Fruit, Exploding Fruit, Sand Fruit, Dice Fruit, Thorn Fruit, Mole Fruit, Dachshund Fruit, Thunder Fruit, Slow Fruit, Door Fruit, Cheetah Fruit, Wolf Fruit, White Elephant Fruit, Giraffe Fruit, Shadow Fruit, Sound Fruit, Straw Fruit, Causal Fruit. Among them, Thunder Fruit, Menman Fruit, and Slow Fruit are especially excluded. These three abilities are extremely useful monomeric fruit abilities. Once synthesized, they are likely to lose their original characteristics, so Su Yi chose to keep them. As for the causal fruit, after Su Yi learned about his abilities, he lacked interest in it. Although the causal fruit can convert the damage into power, it needs to bear the burden on the mind at the same time, similar to the shadow fruit. And Su Yi is an innocencist. Do your best not to be beaten in battle. Also, isn't it fragrant to use these mental powers to use hockey? Finally, Su Yi began to think. The same series cannot be synthesized, which means that Logia and Paramecia can be synthesized, or a certain animal of Zone can be used as the core for synthesis. After acquiring the abilities of Logia and Paramecia, this animal is likely to become an Eudemon species, and it is also an Eudemons that did not exist in this world. Finally, Su Yi took a deep breath and chose 3 fruits for fusion. Chapter 119. Eudemons, Sword Wolf Form. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Su Yi chose a logia, a paramecia and a zone. Smoke fruit plus sickle fruit plus wolf fruit. Fusion. With a move in his heart, Su Yi chose to fuse the three fruits. Suddenly, a dazzling white light appeared in front of him. Only he can see this white light. In the white light, three fruits of different shapes are slowly overlapping together. In the end, there was only a black fruit that looked like a pineapple, but there were barbs like knives on it, which looked a bit thorny, and the leaves at the top were also in the shape of two machetes. In the end, the fruit was integrated into the pages of the book, occupying a separate page. The pages of the three devil fruits just now still exist, but the names of the fruits are dimmed. Name: Zone, Dog and Dog Fruit, Mythical Beast Species, Sword and Wolf Fruit. Su Yi's thoughts moved, and the ability of the Sword Wolf Fruit was activated. His body suddenly changed dramatically, from a human shape to a wolf, but his height continued to grow. The normal wolf of 080 is about 1 meter tall, but Su Yi's current height is more than 3 meters. It has dark hair all over its body, a row of blades grows on the top and back of its head, a slender tail and a machete at the end, and a blade grows on each of the joints of its limbs, which looks extremely sharp, and the teeth in its mouth are also blades. Even the tongue has a large number of hook-like barbs. A pair of eyes amber, giving a sense of danger. This is the sword wolf form. Su Yi tried to move his body, but the sharp blade on his claws accidentally cut the ground. So sharp. Su Yi was taken aback, but with a casual sweep of the tail on his butt, the machete above cut the surrounding buildings in half. In order to prevent panic, Su Yi quickly released the transformation. He looked at the knife marks on the ground under his feet that were accidentally stepped on by the claws of the knife and wolf, and was secretly shocked. Not to mention how much the fruit has developed, the normal transformation alone is already so terrifying. And this only shows its sharp side. The strength and speed of the sword wolf itself, as well as the resilience, have not been shown, and it is unknown what will happen after the fusion of smoke fruit. Hey! I suddenly got a little excited. 99. Su Yi rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Advertisement. Look here, how the house was cut open. Could it be that the capable ones are fighting? Suddenly, someone in the distance screamed. Su Yi's eyes flashed, and it turned into an electric current and teleported to a few hundred meters away. Here, no. Thinking in his heart, Su Yi launched Thunder Fruit and flew towards a small island outside Sabaody Island. Since Thunder Fruit can only teleport segment by segment, so it actually took Su Yi more than 10 seconds to find an uninhabited island. Sword Wolf form. Su Yi's body swelled again and turned into the appearance of a sword wolf. Ouch! The wolf howled. Su Yi ran with all his strength. Whoosh! The ground under his feet suddenly cracked, and his figure instantly disappeared in place, turning into a gust of wind and rushing out. In just a few breaths, he ran from one end of the island to the other. It's so fast. This speed is 3 times faster than me under the cheetah fruit. Su Yi was excited and subconsciously wiggled his tail. Gift. A boulder next to it was suddenly cut in half. This tail is incredible, even stronger than dice fruit. Su Yi thought about it and waved his tail suddenly. The next moment, his tail stretched out like a whip, and the machete on it quickly slashed a half-moon-shaped slash in front of him. Base. The forest in front of him suddenly broke in two, all the trees flew up, and the fractures were as smooth as a mirror. And teeth. Su Yi's eyes flashed, and suddenly he bit his mouth with all his strength. The upper and lower teeth collided suddenly, hitting the air to form a slash that did not belong to just now. Base. The tree shape on the island was immediately shaved off a layer. Advertisement. It seems that the tongue can also attack. 35. Su Yi stuck out his tongue, and his tongue was covered with sharp barbs. If he licked a person, he could scrape off the bones of a person, which is extremely terrifying. Finally, the row of blades on Su Yi's back can also be used. Just curl up and roll over to form a terrifying spinning chariot. Coupled with the machete in the tail, the power will be shocking to the world. Tisk tisk, it's really a powerful form, but this is also related to my own physique. If an ordinary person can acquire this ability, it is estimated that it will be a more powerful phantom beast. Su Yi silently summed up in his heart. Right, there is one more trick. Su Yi almost forgot. That is, when he activates the sword wolf fruit, his air holes can spew a lot of smoke. The smoke is difficult to dissipate, and those who enter the smoke cannot see at all. Without seeing and seeing, they can only become blind. However, this smoke is not as simple as simply blocking the line of sight. This move is called knife blade wind. Hoo hoo hoo. With Su Yi as the center, a large amount of white smoke spreads out, shrouded the small half of the island. Then, the smoke suddenly swirled around Su Yi. Base. Gala. Kai. On the ground, trees, and stones, some knife marks suddenly appeared, like someone with a long knife in the fog slashing randomly. Call. Su Yi opened his mouth, and the smoke was sucked into his stomach. Quack 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 quack. In this form, he can use all animal-shaped moves, but the power has to be partially reduced. Then, it's a human beast form. A large number of blades grow on the top and back of the head, as well as on the elbows and knees, a machete on the tail, and claws on both hands and feet, and Su Yi can grow on any bone in his body if he wishes. Blades come. And the attack of the mist that is spit out is called knife blade wind. At this time, Su Yi used the internal organs of the sword wolf. The stomach of the sword wolf can digest steel. The blade was bitten into pieces of iron, and he swallowed it. Advertisement. Su Yi named several moves in the form of sword and wolf. But wherever the fog passed, whether it was soil, rocks or trees, they were all destroyed as if they were smashed. Su Yi looked at 4.9 feet's blue bird saber on the ground. Su Yi opened his wolf's mouth and suddenly sprayed out the mist he had just inhaled into his lungs. Basically, the werewolf form. But at the same time, the flexibility is also improved. Su Yi clenched his fist and was quite satisfied with the fruit fusion this time. Su Yi opened his book of thieves and browsed the various abilities on it. However, the sword wolf form is considered to be the strongest offensive type. The next step is to make a defensive type or escape type, then a healing type, and so on. It can be developed in a wide range in the future. 39. The sun shone in, and a shocking scene appeared in front of Su Yi. He pulled out the blue bird knife and suddenly put it in his mouth and started eating. It seems that there are countless people with knives slashing the ground, causing the ground to sink. This power is simply amazing. Speaking of which, the underwater prison has 4 jailer beasts, which are also 4 zone devil fruit abilities. As Su Yi turned his head, the blade wind swept across, cutting a huge rock into powder. If the blade on the body is gapped or even broken, the sword wolf can quickly recover by eating steel. The attack of the tail is called tail knife katakana middle. XXX. Su Yi transformed again, his body stood upright and became 3 meters tall. It's really a pretty good ability. Apart from being unable to fly, it's quite strong in battle. The slash formed by the bite of the teeth is called dental knife katakana middle. XXX. The whole body curling up and rolling is called Goth Wolf Chariot. I saw that with Su Yi as the center, within a radius of 1 kilometer, the ground was sunken. The move that emits fog with itself as the center and causes large-scale damage is called Knife Blade Wind Wall Breaker. It can even be said that steel is the main food of the sword wolf. The blue bird seems to be useless. Chapter 120 Beat Celestial Dragons, Luffy famous. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Just when Su Yi was familiar with the sword wolf fruit on the unknown island. Sabaody Bottom Islands, Island Number 1, Human Auction. The auction has started. Celestial Dragons Charles Rose came to the auction site riding his own human slaves. Really, my father and my sister didn't know where they went, and they couldn't even get in touch with their bodyguards. Well, forget it, they should have gone somewhere to play, right? Sneezing and ice cream in hand, Celestial Dragons descended human slaves. He said to the bodyguard next to him, "This guy is really useless. If it wasn't for him walking so slowly, I would have already found my father and the others, so I would sell him. I will buy a new slave later." Quote. Yes. The bodyguard said. "Look, it's Celestial Dragons." Celestial Dragons appeared. Looks like this auction is going to get interesting. 35. The appearance of Celestial Dragons immediately made the people in the auction nervous. If you are close to the celestial dragons, try to stay away from the celestial dragons as much as possible, or do not look at each other. Because even if they have a high status in the human world and how much wealth they have, once attracted by celestial dragons, he will instantly become the opponent's slave. This is simply the difference between an ant and an elephant. No matter how powerful an ant is, it is only an ant. Unless you can resist the world government and marine admiral, then you should keep your temper in front of celestial dragons. Please come to the VIP seat. The person in charge of the auction knelt on the ground and was about to lick his shoes for celestial dragons. Charles Rose walked to the front seat for celestial dragons and sat down. Okay, now the auction officially starts. Quote. The auction is going on hotly. Street. Charles Rose was not interested in these ordinary slaves. The other participants saw that celestial dragons had no offer, and immediately raised their prices. The first round of lots was bought shortly after. Then it's the second round. This time it's 2 human slaves. The men can be bought back to work as coolies. The women's appearance is not bad. You know how he. The staff in charge of the auction vigorously spoke inciting words, and some of the trustees below also began to agitate the rich people around them. Okay, let's see these 2 slaves. A red cloth was lifted to reveal a cage. Advertisement. Inside are the 2 celestial dragons sold by Su Yi, St. Roswald and Zaluria Palace. It's just that at this time, one of the 2 was kicked out of his hair and his face was swollen. One had his hair tousled and some graffiti painted on his face. Plus they both were wearing dirty slave clothes. No one would associate the 2 with celestial dragons at all. Charles Rose, who was sitting on the VIP seat of celestial dragons, glanced at the 2, and immediately lost interest. Well, it's 2 ordinary pariahs again, so let the other pariahs bid. Woo. Forehead. Roswald Saint and Shalulia Palace saw their son and brother sitting in the VIP seat. Immediately burst into tears. Although the mouth can't speak. But it makes some whimpering sounds. If they can be recognized by the other party, the 2 of them will be saved. And this damn auction, the untouchables who treat them like slaves, will be thrown into hell, to suffer the most brutal torture in the world, and the damned guy who tied them here will be chased by Marine Admiral Kill. By the way, and this damn Sabaody Archipelago, also sunk by Marine Fleet bombardment. However, Yoshi, the auction starts. 35. I'm out 500 Baileys. 55. I'm out 800 Bailey. 99. Human rich people frequently raise their placards. But, to the despair of the 2 celestial dragons, their sons and younger brothers didn't even look at them. There, with a runny nose like a mentally retarded, eating ice cream. Damn it. 99. Damn. The 2 were angry and desperate. If I knew there would be today, I shouldn't have given birth to you in the first place. If I knew there would be today, I should have strangled you in the first place. 39. This is a true portrayal of the hearts of the 2 celestial dragons. Okay. This gentleman offered 10,000 Baileys, is there anyone else who has offered more? Advertisement. Look at how smooth and soft this woman's face is. The staff in charge of the auction tore the face of Zaluria Palace. Well, since no one bids more, then the 2 human slaves belong to this guest. Boom. The hammer falls. The fate of the 2 celestial dragons for the rest of their lives is sealed. The cage was recovered and lifted down. The auction continues. Among those auctioned, there are famous singers, captains of pirates, musicians, dancers, ordinary people with great strength. Here, no matter what kind of slave, it will become a hot commodity. Finally, a huge fish tank was lifted up. In the bathtub, it was the mermaid Kami. The next one is incredible, it's a mermaid, and it's a mermaid. At this moment, in the celestial dragon's VIP seat, St. Charles Rose couldn't take his eyes off the first sight of the mermaid. Of course not because of the beauty of the other party. If talking about beautiful women, there are many more beautiful women in his family. He took a fancy to this mermaid just because there was a shark in the fish tank at home. And he heard that mermaids can swim faster than sharks. He wondered if this was true. I want this fish, 500 million Bailey. The auction has just started. Charles Rose Saint just stood up and crushed everyone with an irrefutable overwhelming amount. Not to mention that no one dared to bid with celestial dragons. Even if there is such a fierce person who is not afraid of death, there is not so much money from the other party. 500 million Baileys can be a country's total revenue for several years. But for an ordinary celestial dragons, it's just a little pocket money. Ho! Bold. Lord Charles Rose bid 500 million Bailey. Let's see which pariah who is not afraid of death wants to raise the price. Luffy flew out a punch and hit the opponent in the face. St. Charles only felt a huge force explode in his face, and then he flew out into the air. The bullet flew past Luffy's face. Saw this celestial dragons. The incomparably flat tone, as if to say that it is time to eat and drink. Advertisement. He raised the pistol and pulled the trigger towards Luffy's head. Suddenly, a rush of footsteps sounded from outside the auction. Kami, you're here, it's great. Step aside. Charles Rose stood in the exclusive VIP seat of Celestial Dragons, looking at Luffy with a puzzled expression. Then he ran for his life to the gate of the auction. In the corner, Trafalgaro quietly watched this farce and remained silent. He hit Celestial Dragons. Luffy ignored the rules of the auction, and rushed down the stairs towards Kami below under the shocked gaze of everyone. At the corner of Trafalgaro's mouth twitched. Now things have become interesting. Yoshi, since no one will increase the price, then I will. The staff hammer was about to fall. Kami, I'm here to save you. The staff never forgets to compliment celestial dragons. Boom. Silence. On the other hand, Kid, the captain of the Kid Pirates, and the elites on his ship also looked at the situation below with the attitude of watching a play. Who is this? 080 then, a figure wearing a straw hat walked in. Charles Rose stood in front of Luffy, and the pistol in his hand flew out a few bullets. When the people attending the auction saw this, eyeballs flew out one by one, and their jaws hit the ground. At this moment, the auction was dead silent. Run. Get out of here. What do you want, pariah, and see me here and don't kneel. It looks a little unpleasant, go to hell. 99. Luffy's eyes moved. The only sound left in the audience was the sound of Luffy's footsteps landing. Dead silence. Luffy shouted and jumped in front of the fish tank. Marine Admiral is coming. This kid is done. Chapter 121 The Missing Celestial Dragons, Marine Shock. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marine Headquarters, inside the Sengoku office. Garp, it's your grandson again. Sengoku is completely speechless. How can this grandson of Garp always cause all kinds of things? First defeated Crocodile, then broke into Eni's lobby, then defeated Gecko Moria, and now, fought Celestial Dragons. This kid, doesn't he really know how the word, dead, is written? It's a pity that Garp was not around at this time, otherwise he would have stolen his senbei. Celestial Dragons was beaten. This is a big event, and Admiral-level combat power must be dispatched, then I will go. On the chair beside 35 feet, wearing a yellow striped suit, wearing a marine cape, with the words on the back. Admiral Kizaru, the Marine Headquarters with the word, Justice, stood up. He blew off the nail scraps from the nail clippers in his hand and put them in his pocket. It's another clock in day, he muttered, just about to leave. Suddenly another phone bug called. Hey, is there any news from Whitebeard? Sengoku asked, taking the phone bug's receiver. Lately they've been in a lot of trouble over Whitebeard, even though Ace was executed at Marine's headquarters, the most powerful fortress in the world. However, the other party is Whitebeard after all, and the ships monitoring the Whitebeard pirates will sink whenever they go out to sea. There was no way to find out where Whitebeard was or what he was doing. However, Yuan, Marshal, out, something big. From the telephone receiver came a stuttering voice. The sound caused Kizaru's curiosity, and stopped temporarily. Celestial Dragons, missing. The two Celestial Dragons in the Sabaody Islands, Street. Roswald and the Palace of Shalulia have somehow been lost. Nani. Sengoku suddenly felt a little dizzy in front of him. Advertisement. Even Kizaru looked at Sengoku with his habitually surprised face. Hey, someone kidnapped Celestial Dragons, right? No, there can't be such a stupid guy. He spit out. Sengoku took the receiver and asked, what the hell is going on? Where are their bodyguards? The other end said. The bodyguards of the two were seriously injured, but they don't know who attacked them, and the other party wore strange sunglasses, but it is certain that the other party did not do it deliberately, but on a temporary basis. 35. Temporary intention. Who would try to kidnap celestial dragons on a whim? Sengoku roared. It is said that the other party was basking in the sun, but happened to meet celestial dragons passing by. In the crowd, seeing celestial dragons without kneeling, and being attacked by celestial dragons with a pistol, the other party attacked celestial dragons. After a pause, the other side continued. The other side seems to have used hockey, which made the ordinary people around fainted, so no one saw where he took the two celestial dragons abducted. Sengoku feels that his brain is about to explode. What kind of weirdness is this, to kidnap celestial dragons? Just playing celestial dragons will provoke Admiral at headquarters. Wait. We are about to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace, and Whitebeard will definitely come. At this time, the celestial dragons are kidnapped. Are you trying to spread our forces? Whitebeard. A light flashed in Sengoku's mind, and a man suddenly came to his mind. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. But, this man doesn't look like a guy who would use such despicable methods. Never mind, Kizaru, you go to the Sabaody Islands first and look for the two missing celestial dragons. Sengoku shouted. Be sure to solve this matter before execution. And those pirates, find celestial dragons and solve them by the way. Kizaru still had the habitually surprised face, digging his ears with an ear scoop, blowing the earwax out. I know. Go right away, I'll be there soon. 35. Really? What's wrong with this world? Fighting celestial dragons and kidnapping again, and treating us admiral as a decoration. The hard-won vacation is going to waste again. Just after Kizaru left, Sengoku sat down on his chair. There are still a few days before the Fire Fist Ace will be executed. As a result, such a moth has emerged. If these two celestial dragons are not found, the next execution will lack the combat power of Admiral. Damn, what is it? Who did it? Advertisement. Sengoku was lost in thought. Hey, did you hear that? Celestial dragons got hit. Yeah, it was made by the super rookie Straw Hat on the bottom islands of Sabaody. Inside the canteen of Marine headquarters, a group of Marines who were eating took this short break to talk about 8 trigrams. Kebi and Bailumaibo on the side were a little shocked when they heard the words. Mr. Luffy, he actually hit celestial dragons. It's really messed up. Straw Hat Boy, he actually hit celestial dragons, although I don't think those guys are pleasing to the eye. Bellameb said, and was suddenly covered by Kirby who was beside him. This kind of thing can't be said. Kirby's face was serious and serious. Shut up. Whitebeard is not that kind of person. Such a strong person doesn't bother to do such insidious things. Yes, is that so? Kirby looked around with a runny nose. Bellameb whispered to Kirby, Kirby, you know what we were called to the headquarters for, right? Ha 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 ha. This time is different. This time is war. The collision between the world's most powerful pirate and the world's most powerful marine, such a war is one of the few in history. Hopefully you won't be scared to pee your pants by then. What? Kidnapping celestial dragons? Never heard of such a thing. Although we hate celestial dragons, it's up to the pirates who dare to beat them, a marine said. What's the matter? Let's hear it. Kirby nodded. Well, there's going to be a war soon. Straw Hat Crew again. Well, it doesn't matter. Garp Vice Admiral refused to accept the position of Admiral because he didn't want to be ordered by the celestial dragons. There are quite a few of us marine who hate celestial dragons. Garp was eating and listening to the discussions of the people around him. He was also lost in thought. Yeah, the pirates finally did a good thing this time, but it's a pity that Admiral will soon kill them. Tisk tisk. 39. The faces of the two suddenly stiffened, and a few lines of snot flowed out of their nostrils. Advertisement. Okay. It looks like Mr. Luffy, he hit celestial dragons. Kirby stammered. It shouldn't be. The Straw Hat Kid just beat up celestial dragons, and someone else kidnapped celestial dragons. Garp didn't feel the pressure at all, and was still eating on his own. Kirby and Bellumber hurriedly tried to cover Garp's mouth. Hey, I heard that Admiral Kizaru went, but it wasn't to kill the Straw Hats. Well, what are you talking about? Let me listen too. Garp sat between them. Hey, You can't talk nonsense like this, it's a violation of discipline to talk to pirates. 95. When the other vice admiral on the side walked past with a plate, he said something casually. Kirby suddenly looked serious. Of course not, Mr. Garp. Marine always has to go through battles. Balloomber also said. Ah, a dog that always has to go through battle. This is troublesome. Fire Fist Ace will be publicly executed soon. Celestial dragons are kidnapped at this time. If celestial dragons cannot be found, I don't know if the execution can be carried out normally. Nose. I heard someone kidnapped celestial dragons. Isn't that what Whitebeard is for? Who would that be? Suddenly, an old but familiar voice sounded behind the two of them. What did you say? Let the old man also listen. 35. Hey, Mr. Garp. You're talking too loudly. While eating, Garp said, What? Are you too scared? Go back if you're scared. Luffy. Celestial dragons. Ha 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 ha. It is indeed my grandson. Dry. Garp heard that, not only without any anger, but laughed. It seems that the Marines don't care about things here, and it seems that they have become accustomed to it. Chapter 122 Pressure from 5 Elders. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Holy Land, Mariajoy. Office of the 5 Elders. What? The Palace of Saints and Shallula of Roswald is missing. 35. The 5 Elders who just got the news are a little surprised. The disappearance of celestial dragons is a rare event in history. Should he be killed? Who dares to kill celestial dragons? 35. Have you located 2 people? Where are they? Still in the Sabaody Islands. Really? What does Marine do to eat? Neither of them can find it. Contact Sengoku immediately and ask him to meet us. Not long after, Sengoku's phone bug came. Why don't you come and see us in person? Sengoku's phone bug said. There are still a few days before the execution of Fire Fist Ace. Whitebeard may move at any time. I can't get out of my head at the headquarters, please forgive me. Fire Fist Ace execution. Is it more important to him or the safety of celestial dragons? Sengoku, can't you even tell the difference? If the celestial dragons cannot be found, the execution can be carried out in secret, and the news will be announced afterwards. No, Fire Fist is Roger's son. His death is of great significance. The execution will continue, but the celestial dragons will also be looking for it, so let's send an admiral to be in charge of this matter, and there are 2 admirals in the Whitebeard pirates. Okay. Isn't there still Shichibukai? It's time to put them to use, otherwise what's the use of them? There was silence on Sengoku's side. By the way, isn't there a Garp? With him around, no amount of people can save Fire Fist. 35. Okay. It's decided. 090 Gata. The phone bug hangs up. The 5 elders fell silent. Finally someone spoke up. For many years, the status of celestial dragons has not been shaken, and it will not be shaken in the future. Ah, if anyone's going to touch celestial dragons, then it's in trouble. The world should be made aware of the consequences of touching celestial dragons. 35. Marine Headquarters. Sengoku hung up the phone bug and let out a long breath. He frowned. The situation is getting more and more chaotic, but the more it is like this, the more stable it is, and there is no opportunity for some people to take advantage of it. Ace's execution must be carried out as scheduled, and celestial dragons must be found, for Marine's sake. Justice. Advertisement. Sabaody Bottom Islands. Human auction. It's really lively, and the money is in hand. This trip is not in vain. 99. Rayleigh came out from the backstage and sighed when he saw the lively scene ahead. Celestial dragons were beaten, something that hasn't happened in a long time. Luffy and others have rescued Kami at this time. In the distance, Trafalgaro and Kid both changed their expressions when they saw Rayleigh. Pluton Rayleigh. Hey hey hey, such a great man would be in a place like this. It feels like something terrible will happen. Will One Piece's deputy fight against Admiral? Octopus Little 8, Beej immediately became excited when he saw Rayleigh. Rayleigh, you're here, we've been looking for you. Straw Hat wants to go to the Fishman Island, and wants you to coat the boat. Having said this, he suddenly looked at Luffy. Straw Hat boy, you hit celestial dragons, Marine Admiral will be here soon, you all run away. There is no escape. Rayleigh's sense of sight had already sensed the situation outside. It's surrounded by Marines. Luffy can't control that much. Yoshi, the next step is to break out. Rayleigh laughed. I can't do it, it's going to be trouble if Marine finds out. 99. Next, Luffy, Luo, and Kid started a breakout battle together. Soon after, the three parties successfully broke through. Luffy and others came to Rayleigh's house. Kid and Luo ran towards their own pirate ship. Hello, Kid. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Kid. Su Yi. After Kid saw Su Yi, a vigilant look appeared on his face. Su Yi, demon hunter from Straw Hat Crew, what is your purpose here? You are too arrogant to my captain, so it's just that you're not happy. Su Yi suddenly disappeared in place, teleported to Kid's side. Kid instantly activated the magnetic fruit ability. He wrapped one of his hands with a large amount of steel around him and smashed Su Yi hard. Fist Blade Thorn. Su Yi raised his fist, a sharp blade suddenly grew out of the knuckle of the fist. Immediately he punched Kid's metal fist. Advertisement. Boom. The metal exploded. Kid screamed and took a few steps back. Cover your hands. There was blood already there. Looks like you're not too good. 35. When the magnetic fruit is in hand, Su Yi is not willing to fight. A direct dodge jumped to a high place. After that, it turned into electric current and disappeared. This guy. Kid was about to say something when suddenly a yellow light flashed in front of him. A man in a yellow striped suit appeared in front of him. A department of a department, a department of a department, a department of a department. Kizaru said to the little phone bug on his arm. Zon Taomaru, can you hear me? Apparently, Kizaru took the wiretap bug on his arm as a communication bug again. Hey, do you know where Zon Taomaru is? Kizaru looked at Kid. There was a cold sweat on Kid's face. Marine Admiral, Kizaru. 39. He was just about to launch the magnetic fruit, ready to fight. As a result, I was surprised to find that I couldn't use my abilities. Isn't this kid known as one of the worst generation? I have a question for you, have you met these two people? Kizaru said, and took out two pictures. The two people above were like the two missing celestial dragons. I haven't seen it. Kid still didn't understand why his ability failed, whether it had something to do with Admiral Kizaru in front of him. So I can only hold back temporarily. Ah, then you're useless. 35. Kizaru suddenly appeared in front of Kid with a foot. Because of the speed, Kid didn't even know what happened. He was kicked out by this kick. Boom. Fixed one, then the next. Advertisement. Kizaru muttered to himself and looked around. Who is it? 35. On the other hand, Su Yi found something interesting. It seems to be called a pacifist. Looking at the transformed man who was exactly the same as Bartholomew's big bear, Su Yi raised the plan to compete with the other party. The pacifist's eyes locked on Su Yi, and he quickly matched the wanted list in the database. He opened his mouth, and a bright yellow ball of light began to gather energy. Su Yi launched a dodge and came to the opponent's front. His body entered the form of a human beast, and he punched the opponent's chest with a fierce punch. Boom. The pacifist flew out backwards, and the laser in his mouth swept to other places, causing a violent explosion. Su Yi's attack smashed his chest down, and the electric currents overflowed. The pacifists as a whole have undergone severe deformation, and it is difficult to stand up. But he still focused the laser. This time, the laser hit himself. Boom. Pacifists burst. A large number of parts flew out. It's a waste of money to make such a ship with the resources of a warship. Su Yi looked at the scrapped pacifist, a little speechless. Seeing and hearing color open. There are several such pacifists on this island at the moment. One of them is the Great Bear. If everything is destroyed, Marine will probably die of distress, right? Su Yi rubbed his chin, guessing maliciously in his heart. Oh yeah, who is this? He looks amazing. Suddenly, a loose voice sounded beside Su Yi. Su Yi's heart throbbed, looking back. Then he saw a man in a yellow striped suit and brown magic crystal standing beside him at some point. Admiral Kizaru. 37%. Chapter 123 Su Yi vs Kizaru. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marine Admiral Kizaru. Suyi looked at Kizaru coldly. Kizaru also looked at Suyi lightly. Yo, isn't this the demon hunter Suyi, who killed a pacifist by himself? It looks like your fruit ability is a rare phantom beast. Kizaru also saw Suyi's human beast form at this time, and seemed to be aware of it. Are you going to fight me? Suyi said, moving his wrists. I'll ask you a question first. Kizaru took out 2 photos. Above are the 2 missing celestial dragons. Do you know these 2 people? I'll accompany you if you want to fight. Suyi raised his fist and didn't go at all, looking at the photo in Kizaru's hand. What a reckless guy. Kizaru put away the photo. Looks like a fight. Knife wind. Suyi suddenly opened his mouth wide, and a mist of mist suddenly spewed out of his mouth. Boom. Kizaru's body was directly scattered into a ball of golden light. Then, Dao Dao Feng passed through the golden light and pierced the building behind it. You supernovas are really terrifying. You are all difficult characters. Kizaru flashed by Suyi's side. A foot kicked Suyi's head with incredible speed. Boom. The next moment, Suyi was kicked out. You're a little bit better than the kid named Kid. Kizaru touched his chin with his hand, but only a little bit better. As he spoke, he put his hands together, and a golden light emerged. 8-foot mirror. 35. The next second, he disappeared in place. 5 minutes later, slam la. Suyi climbed out of the ruins. He rubbed his slightly sore cheek. Hee, the feigning death succeeded, or is it that Kizaru didn't plan to destroy the supernova at all? 99. Suyi understands that Kizaru is half his own, so there is no need to entangle with each other for too long. And the kick just now was considered to be relatively gentle. Advertisement. If it's Aokiji or Akainu here, he would definitely freeze him into an ice sculpture and smash it, or burn him to ashes with magma before he would give up. Instead of just kicking and flying, it's over. On the other hand, Luffy and others encountered pacifists. After some fighting, finally, a pacifist was scrapped. However, the physical strength of everyone is also huge. Frankie walks up to the pacifists, activates the munch munch fruit, and eats it. Ow! Frankie pacifist no. 1. Frankie added parts of the pacifist body to himself. The whole person suddenly doubled in size. Then, he opened his mouth, and a bright yellow light shot out. Hum. Boom. A violent explosion occurred wherever the light swept. Ow. Super. You guys are really tough. At this moment, a man with a big axe and the head of a pot appeared. There was also a pacifist by his side. It can kill a pacifist, you know, it's a machine worth a warship. Luffy and the others face off against Momomaru and this new pacifist once again. But because Frankie has eaten one and has some abilities as a pacifist, so his combat power has also soared to a terrifying level. The first is the surface of the body, which acquires the same hardness as the pacifist. Then there's the mouth and hands, which can fire the same rays as the pacifist. The only downside is the lack of energy in the body. The pacifist that was defeated before has consumed part of the energy, and when it was destroyed, it leaked part of the energy. Quick fight. Frankie opened his mouth and attacked the new pacifist. Seeing this, Zon Taomaru raised his brows. What is the ability? What a terrible ability, can actually become the same as a pacifist. Fallen Marine Rear Admiral, Drake. Somewhere in the streets of Sabaody Archipelago, Drake was about to leave the increasingly dangerous island. However, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Kizaru. Advertisement. Drake frowned, and instantly activated his ability. Dragon Fruit. Ancient species, Allosaurus form. Roar. With a roar, Drake transformed into an Allosaurus. Area lay. Ask for a bean sack, allow me to ask. Kizaru was about to say something. However, Drake ignored him at all. With a savage bite, he took a bite at Kizaru. Really? 35. Kizaru had no choice but to kick Drake away with one kick. Then he glanced at Drake's crew who were standing aside. Let's just ask, have you met these 2 people? Now, Kizaru doesn't wish he could find out the whereabouts of the 2 celestial dragons. But with a business-like attitude, he still does his job with due diligence. No, a pirate minion said. Oh, goodbye then. 9. Kizaru swept away and kicked a group of pirate minions out. I'm in trouble now. Is the only Straw Hat crew left unsolved? Ask them. Kizaru activated the 8-foot mirror and instantly appeared on an island. Here, Sen Taomaru is dueling Luffy. The second pacifist brought by Zon Taomaru has been smashed by Franky and is swallowing it in his stomach. It's amazing. You still have such an ability. Can your stomach digest it? Kizaru looked at Franky like he was looking at some rare treasure. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot. Super Franky. Franky eats the second pacifist and doubles in size again. Simply bigger than a regular pacifist. I'm already invincible, ha ha ha. Saying that, he raised his arm, and a laser shot towards Kizaru. This is very dangerous. After all, it's the same move as me. If you hit it, you will bleed. This is not a joke. On him. Boom. Franky backed away a bit, but barely managed the kick. And a depression appeared on his shoulder, symbolizing Kizaru's terrifying strength. That's right, it looks like you've gotten a lot stronger. I can't let you eat any more, or you'll grow into a tough opponent. Kizaru didn't let Franky go, and flashed to his side to attack. Advertisement. Franky's hands, palms and mouth emit bright yellow lasers at the same time. Suddenly, at the critical moment when the battle was fierce. Kizaru. Any. When everyone heard the sound, they saw that Franky had been deformed and lying in the ruins. Zon Taomaru just fought for a while, and then he was out of breath. Pluton Rayleigh. With a book in his hand and gloves in both hands, he was undoubtedly the Great Bear. Kizaru sighed there. What a troublesome guy, but I finally got rid of you. At this moment, there was a sound in the distance. Kizaru's strength is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Franky. Laser. Franky. Come on, beat him. The old man was forced to avoid the opponent's attack. How sacred is this guy? Luffy and others began to besiege Momomaru. These guys, it's tough, I'm running out of hockey. Then, he suddenly flashed beside Luffy and the others. Seeing this, Zon Taomaru in the distance had an incredible look on his face. A big bear suddenly appeared here. Boom. Then, he looked at Nami Chopper and others. Franky, you are the most handsome. When Luffy and others saw this, they all started to cheer for Franky. The opponent has definitely not used all his strength. At this time, Zon Taomaru can already use hockey, and can also use extremely high-end armament colors. 0.0. Then, Kizaru watched helplessly as the big bear slapped Luffy and the others out one by one. One kick, all kicked out. Franky's face was in a cold sweat, and he knew best what his situation was. Luffy, Zoro and Sanji attacked him, and before they could touch him, they were knocked out with hockey one by one. Kizaru had to fight Rayleigh. The two sides got into a fierce battle. Kizaru can only dodge. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly killed someone from a distance. Chapter 124, The Real Use of Hormonal Fruits. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sabaody Archipelago somewhere. Drake, who was in the ruins, felt a pat on the back. He looked up, but saw no one. Illusion. In the distance, Suyi opens the Book of Thieves. The 32nd ability is obtained, Allosaurus Fruit. I just don't know what kind of powerful ability it would be to fuse the fruit of the Phantom Beast on the basis of the ancient species. Luffy and their voices have disappeared. I think they were beaten by the bear, and then they can go to Impel Down. Suyi doesn't plan to go into Impel Down with Luffy. As a result, he has a lot to do in Impel Down. Secondly, now Luffy should be flying to Daughter Island. He can't stay on that island at all. Except for Luffy, there are not many men and women in this world who can resist the sweet fruit of the Empress. In case of being petrified by accident, it will be completely GG. Suyi thought of this, and took out a map that had been prepared for a long time. Marine 090 is headquartered near the Sabaody Bottom Archipelago, forming a triangular relationship with Enies Lobby, Impel Down. In the middle of the three is an Uzumaki, and Marine's warships usually pass quickly on the edge of the Uzumaki with the help of the Uzumaki current. And whether it is Marine headquarters, Enies Lobby or Impel Down, there is a huge gate of justice that borders Uzumaki. Basically, the gate of justice cannot be bypassed from the sky or the sea. For Suyi, who has the ability of Thunder Fruit, he doesn't need to go through the Gate of Justice at all, just fly directly over Uzumaki. After making a decision, Su Yi set off. The body turned into electric current and teleported into the sky. After a short pause, he teleported again. Advertisement. With such constant teleportation, he gradually approached Impel Down. Impel Down is located in Calm Belt. Surrounded by the lair of the Sea Kings, even if the criminals escaped, they would not be able to escape from the Calm Belt. Su Yi stood above Impel Down, slowly descending. No, this distance can't get in the door fruit at all. Su Yi frowned, suddenly let his body fall into the sea. The surrounding Sea Kings noticed that a living creature had entered the sea. Immediately surrounded. Su Yi activates Conqueror's Haki. Sea Kings suddenly forced back. Then, Su Yi swam to the outer wall of Impel Down. Launched the door fruit, opened a door and walked in. I see. In the special space of the door fruit. Su Yi saw the space between the 5th and 6th floors of the Impel Down basement. After observing for a while, he opened the door and walked in. Suddenly there was a group of people who were having a banquet. The lights flickered wildly. On the stage, several she-males were dancing enchanting dances. It's hard to imagine that this is the largest prison in the world. Among the 5 layers above, a large number of criminals are suffering unimaginable pain all the time. 1 floor Crimson Hell. Blade-filled woods and meadows made of steel. Criminals can turn into hedgehogs if they're not careful. In addition, there are venomous spiders inhabiting it. The 2nd floor Wild Beast Hell. Advertisement. There are a large number of terrifying beasts, and if anyone dares to escape, they will immediately become the rations of the beasts, and the criminals living in this layer will also be regarded as the food of the beasts in turn. 3 floors of Starvation Hell. No food and water will be put on this layer. The criminals here will starve to death and die of thirst. A lot of sand on the ground is suspected to be the body of the prisoner. 4 layers of Blazing Hell. This floor is full of hot oil pans, and there are only very few roads to walk on. If one accidentally falls, it will turn into scum, and the prisoners have to become coolies in this scorching environment, working non-stop. 5 layers of Ice Hell. This layer is the exact opposite of the previous layer. The temperature here will turn the criminal into an ice sculpture, and the frozen bread will slightly lose the criminal's teeth. The legendary 5.5th floor in front of Su Yi is a space dug out of the rock formation by a former criminal with his own abilities. This space has a large number of passages leading to the other floors. So every once in a while, criminals mysteriously disappear. Food will also disappear. The culprit behind all this is the current group of criminals living on the 5.5th floor. As for their leader, it was a blue-haired, heavily made up, she-male king in silk stockings and a leather jacket, Ivankov. That is the man who was dancing on the stage at this time. The appearance of Su Yi did not attract much attention from everyone. When Ivankov finished to dance and got off the stage to eat, he saw the raw face of Su Yi. It's a big nerve. In case I'm a prisoner, you're all wiped out by now. 35. Ivankov looked at Su Yi. You're not a prisoner. After a pause, he continued. Our people didn't report your situation. How on earth did you come in? Being stared at by such a heavy makeup head, Su Yi could smell the perfume from the other party's body. Cannot help but some nausea. But he still forcibly held back, coughing dryly. This is my secret. You should know about Straw Hat Crew, right? My Captain Luffy has something to do with you. 35. You mean Straw Hat? Ivankov's eyes widened. What could he have to do with me? You can ask him in person after this, he will be here soon. Su Yi waved his hand. Straw Hat. You mean he's been caught by Marine? That's it. I get it. You're here to rescue your captain, and Ivankov begins his reasoning. Su Yi chuckled. It doesn't matter how the other party understands it, Luffy will come soon anyway. But now he still wants to achieve his goal. Advertisement. If my investigation is correct, your fruit power should be hormonal fruit. Su Yi tapped his fingers on the table, watching Ivankov's reaction and expression changes. I heard that my abilities were known by the people in front of me. Ivankov's face changed, but he quickly regained his composure. What do you want to do? I didn't do anything to you because you were a pirate, it doesn't mean that you have been trusted by us. I know, In order for you to believe me, I have a piece of information I can give you. Su Yi smiled and took out a phone bug. This phone bug recorded a piece of the impact. When Ivankov saw the content in the video, his face changed suddenly. Bear. How did he become like this? In the phone bug video brought by Su Yi, it is a picture of a pacifist fighting. It's just that in Ivankov's view, the pacifist at this time is Kumamoto. Bartholomew has cooperated with the world government and voluntarily accepted Dr. Vegapunk's transformation to become a transformation person, and his final transformation made him completely lose his self-consciousness and turned into a complete war machine, said Su Yi. Ivankov's expression changed drastically. Impossible. Shang hates the world government the most. How could he cooperate with them and transform his body into a 4.9 transformed person? This is absolutely impossible. Su Yi handed the phone bug to Ivankov, but that's what it is. Maybe he made some kind of unknown deal with the world government, and the price was that he became research material and was transformed into a pacifist. 99. Ivankov was in shock. The former friend was transformed into a machine and lost his will. This simply made him unacceptable. After a long time, he sat down. He really wanted to go out and question the big bear in person, what it was for. However, when I thought that I had been forbearing here for many years and gathered so many she-male criminals. If you leave without waiting for the dragon's call, it will be tantamount to giving up all your previous efforts. Tell me, what is your purpose? Ivankov said. Among your hormones, there should be a type that can make you stronger permanently. Su Yi stated his purpose. Speaking of this, there is indeed, but it is only in the experimental stage. Chapter 125 Goal Tier 6, Su Yi's Ambition. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ivankov stretched out one of his hands, his fingernails suddenly lengthened. He told Su Yi, I do have that hormone, but it's only in the experimental stage. As he said that, he took out a few sheets of paper on which several demon fruit powers in the form of humans and beasts were drawn. Su Yi saw them and immediately recognized them. Cow people, rhino people, koala people and Madara horse people. These four abilities are the most powerful jailer beasts in this Impel Down. At the same time, they are also cases of zone demon fruit power, awakening failed. Because of their failure to awaken, they can only live in the form of half-human, half-beast forever. And, having almost lost most of human emotion and intellect. But at the same time, they also gain great strength, resilience and defense. Ivankov said, there are not only human hormones in this world, but also animals. During my years in prison, I specially collected the body parts of these four prisoners and those monsters in wild beast hell on the second floor, such as saliva, hair, etc. 99. Therefore, 3 animal hormones are obtained. Rhino hormones, 14 Madara horse hormones, and milk hormones. When animal hormones are injected into the body tissue will be rapidly strengthened, resulting in a powerful strength, recovery, and defense close to the zone demon fruit power. However, the premise is that you have a strong physique and strong willpower. Because it's very painful to inject this thing, and if it fails, it will explode and die. I have tested it with some vicious death row prisoners before, and their survival rate is only 10%. Even if they survive, it will only become a sane monster of terror. 5. Su Yi did not expect that the other party really had this hormone. However, it is normal for the other party not to take out such dangerous things easily. The stronger the human and animal hormones, the weaker the effect, but the higher the chance of survival. Do you want to try? Ivankov looked at Su Yi solemnly. Is it strength or life? Su Yi closed his eyes, pondered for a moment and said, come on. Advertisement. Ivankov took a deep breath. You told me the news of the bear. I am very grateful to you, so I would like to advise you that once this kind of thing is injected, you can't regret it, you can only endure the pain. Su Yi stood up. Find a place where no one else is. When Ivankov saw Su Yi being so decisive, he couldn't help but be moved. The two came to a room. Ivankov stuck his nails in Su Yi's arm. Grunt. A special hormone flowed into Su Yi's body. Dong dong. Dong dong. Dong dong. Su Yi suddenly felt her heart beat faster. Then, he felt his muscles begin to spasm involuntarily. Chi chi chi. The skin on Suyi's body emitted a little steam, and the whole person seemed to be in a state of rage. Ivankov watched it for a while, and then realized something. It turns out that you have such a powerful body, it's incredible. 5. With that, he left the room. After just looking at it for a while, he realized that with the physical quality of this man, it is no problem to carry the transformation of the body by animal hormones. What follows is a long wait. Suyi just felt muscle spasms all over her body at first, and then she was in great pain. But he was used to this kind of feeling, so he was very familiar with it. An hour later, he recovered from this hellish experience and lay on the ground, his clothes soaked with sweat, as if he had just been fished out of water. Power increased. Suyi glanced at his arm. The muscles on his arm bulged a little, and he could clearly feel that his strength had increased a lot. It is roughly equivalent to the result of 10 times of cultivation with animal fruits. However, with this level of power, it is still far from being able to face monsters like Admiral and 4 Emperors. Suyi stood up and walked out of the room. To Ivankov. Come again. Advertisement. Ivankov's eyes changed. Let's take a rest. Before he could finish speaking, Suyi interrupted him. Come again. Well, 35. Ivankov read firmness in Suyi's eyes. So, he injected the second animal hormone into Suyi's body. Another hour of torment. But this time Suyi felt significantly less pain. The increase in strength is obviously not as much as the first time. Then, there is the third animal hormone. It's a really strong body. It's the first time I've seen a human who can withstand 3 evolutions. Ivankov was shocked by Suyi's spirit and body. Not only Suyi's physical strength, but also his terrifying willpower, was able to endure 3 painful tortures. It can only be said that this animal hormone is specially prepared for Suyi. Even Ivankov himself has never tried injecting animal hormones. My captain should also need this kind of thing. Suyi, who had completed 3 evolutions, said this to Ivankov as the first words after he walked out of the room. When he woke up, he found himself lying on a bed. It's okay, just get some sleep. And this kind of strengthening, he completed in less than a day. The strength has increased by about 50%. Rest assured, I have no interest in these criminals, Suyi said. Ivankov looked at Suyi in surprise. Thus slowly building up a terrifying team. But these are later stories. Muscles full of explosive power, strong as steel, and tough skin. If Luffy is also baptized with Ivankov's animal hormones, it is estimated that there will be an even brighter performance in Summit War. Advertisement. Suyi has now achieved his first purpose of coming to Impel Down. Next is the second goal. The guys there are all vicious and hopeless villains, and saving them is simply adding trouble to this world. Before Suyi finished speaking, he had already lost consciousness. He found Ivankov and asked about the situation on the 6th floor. Wait, don't you mean to let the criminals out there? In case these criminals run away, the unlucky people are still ordinary people. Ivankov is a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. This level should be equivalent to the basic combat power of Luffy 2 years later. Clenching his fist, Suyi clearly felt the change in his body. Naturally, it is for the sake of ordinary people. You're going to the 6th floor. It can only be said that if you endure the corresponding pain and suffering, you will also gain the corresponding strength. I'm just interested in their shadows. With animal hormones, Ivankov can fully strengthen his shemale army. He even took the initiative to enter the deep sea prison, and he had to enter the 6th floor. This Suyi boy is really incomprehensible. Suyi sat up from the bed, took off his shirt, and immediately saw his perfectly lined upper body. I want to know where the surveillance phone bugs on the 6th floor and when the criminals sleep. As long as it takes 1 injection, it can become a big chunk. Ivankov helpless. Not only strength, but also physical strength, endurance, resilience and defense, a comprehensive improvement. Suyi also thought of more. You still have the heart to care about others, your body has reached its limit now, Ivankov said, looking at Suyi's wobbly body. Advertisement. Chapter 126 Shadows of the World's Top Criminals. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Shadow. Ivankov asked in confusion. At the same time, I guessed in my heart, could it be that Suyi's ability is related to the shadow? If this is the case, then it is reasonable for him to quietly escape the surveillance phone bugs in the underwater prison and find their 5.5-story shemale paradise. However, the abilities in this world are all kinds of strange, unless you see them use them, or listen to their own narration, otherwise, it is difficult to guess by guessing. Well, forget it, since you insist on going, there's nothing you can do. Ivankov reluctantly said. He is also not worried that Suyi will be discovered, so that they will be implicated in their ladyboy paradise. After all, Suyi didn't get caught when he came in, did he? Next, he informed Suyi of the information on the 6th floor in detail. These are all observed when they have nothing to do. After all, they don't hold banquets every day. Suyi did some research. Made his own plan. The first is to use the door fruit to teleport to a cell on the 6th floor. Of course, it was late at night when the criminals were asleep. Then use the shadow fruit to capture their shadows. You must know that although these criminals are extremely vicious, they are all ruthless characters with bounties exceeding 100 million yuan. Their shadows must also be strong. These shadows will play an extremely important role in the Summit War in a few days. And, these criminals whose shadows have been taken away will never be able to leave Impel Down again. It can be regarded as Suyi's contribution to this world. Moreover, Suyi is also interested in some of these criminals. Hiryu of the Rain, captain of the number 2 ship of the future Blackbeard pirates. Abaro Pizarro, captain of the future Blackbeard pirates' 4th ship. Catherine Butterfly, the future captain of the number 6 Blackbeard pirates, is also a 9-tails fox fruit person. San Juan Bad Wolf, the future captain of the Blackbeard pirates number 7, is also a giant. Basque Chote, captain of the 8th ship of the Blackbeard pirates. The shadows of these 5 people are bound to be obtained. These are all the future 4 Emperor's deputy level combat power. Advertisement. Their shadow must be strong. Moreover, 9-tails fox fruit is stronger than Bentham's clone fruit. Can be directly transformed into anyone without touching the target's face with hands. This fruit ability is simply a magical skill for camouflage, lurking, and intelligence personnel. And, if the shadow of the 6th floor criminal is removed, then the Blackbeard ships would be missing more than half of their combat power. Suyi was very happy to see this situation. Time, minute by minute. Suyi checked the situation of the entire prison through the surveillance phone bug in the shemale paradise. At this time, Warden Magellan and Deputy Warden Hannibal were patrolling the entire prison. On the eve of Fire Fist Ace's execution at Marine's headquarters, the Whitebeard pirates are most likely to come to prison. It was not until after 12 o'clock in the evening that the two stopped. Then, Suyi continued to wait for 2 hours. Now is theoretically the deepest time for humans to sleep. He used the door fruit to open a door and walked in, then looked for a suitable location. In the special different space of the door fruit, you can see the specific situation of the position that can be teleported outside. He first chose a cell and walked into it. Silently. Suyi was standing in a cell on the 6th floor of the great underwater prison, while the criminals were fast asleep and could only hear some light snoring. Suyi stood quietly in the cell, and the people inside did not move at all. And this person is Catherine Diame, the 9-tails fox fruit person. Immediately, he pulled the other party into the door fruit space. Who are you? 35. The other party suddenly woke up. The most vicious female prisoner in history, Catherine Diame, is that you? 35. Suyi was wrapped in a black suit at this time, and the whole person was a dark ball, and he couldn't see his appearance at all. It's me, where is this place? Catherine Diame was still calm at this time. Advertisement. You don't need to know, you just need to know that I'm here to kill you. Before Suyi finished speaking, a sword of shadow was condensed in his hand. A sword struck the opponent's hands bound by seastone handcuffs. Puff. Catherine Diame's complexion changed, and her whole body was instantly furious, courtesy of death. Losing her hands, but also getting rid of the seastone handcuffs, Catherine Diame instantly activated her fruit ability, transformed into a 9-tails fox, and her 9 furry tails swept towards Suyi. Brush. Suyi dodged, pulled up the shadow of Catherine Diame on the ground, and cut it off with a pair of scissors. Forehead. Catherine Diame's eyes were lost for a while, and she fainted. Su Yi quickly sterilized his wound and joined his hands back. Whether it can be completely recovered or not depends on the other party's good fortune. Immediately, he cleaned up bloodline and put Catherine Diame back in the cell. In the door fruit space, Su Yi opened the pages of the Book of Thieves and immediately saw the newly added fruit ability. Nine Tails Fox Fruit. Launch. Pung. Suddenly, Su Yi's body emitted a cloud of smoke, and when the smoke dissipated, a pale-skinned man with purple hair and purple lips appeared. Gecko Moria. At this time, Su Yi has changed into Moria. Immediately, he used the door fruit to open a door and caught the criminal in a cell on the 6th floor into the door fruit space. The criminals woke up suddenly. But when he opened his eyes, he saw Moria and a lantern in the distance. The lantern illuminated the shadows on their bodies, which were extremely clear. Gecko Moria, how is he here? Aren't we in an underwater prison? Oops, he's going to cut out our shadows. Advertisement. At this time, Su Yi, who had transformed into Moria, grabbed the shadows of the two of them and cut them with a click with scissors. The criminals fainted instantly. Immediately, Su Yi put the men back in their cells. Then, he concocted according to the law, and pulled the criminals in each cell into the door fruit space. Cut out their shadows. The cut shadows, Su Yi used the ability he had just developed, the shadow pile, and nailed it to the ground. This was the method he thought of to temporarily imprison the shadows. Then, as long as he left the space of the door fruit, shadows can never escape. During this period, Su Yi also met an old acquaintance Crocodile, but the other party did not know that the person in front of him was Su Yi. It's just that Moria appeared in the underwater prison and created such a strange space. But in the end his shadow also belongs to Su Yi. When Su Yi made his way through the entire 6th floor, there were only a few tricky characters left. According to Ivankov's intelligence, these guys are not capable, but they have amazing physical skills. They just couldn't break free of the diamond-hard seastone handcuffs and the cells made of seastone. If Su Yi pulls them into the door fruit space, there is no guarantee that they will not make a scene. However, the most difficult question for Su Yi came. These guys just have the strongest shadow in this prison. Su Yi had no choice but to go back to the 5.5th floor and ask Ivankov to go. Magellan, how did they suppress these criminals? Su Yi asked. Ivankov said, it's very simple, either use Magellan's own poisonous fruit ability, or release hypnosis gas. We just have a jar of hypnosis gas here, but it can't fill the entire 6th floor. Su Yi suddenly laughed, it's okay, it's enough. The next operation is very simple, release hypnosis gas in the door fruit space. Then open a door in the cell of those physique masters, wait for gas to silently put them into a deep sleep, and then pull the door into the fruit space to cut off their shadows. Finally, it was the turn of a giant, San Juan Bad Wolf. Su Yi couldn't open a door that big at all, and even if he could, he couldn't pull in. He can only use hypnosis gas first to destroy San Juan Bad Wolf hypnosis. Then he pulled up his shadow to form a black screen, covering the fence of the cell. Finally, a lamp was lit in the cell, and the shadow of San Juan Bad Wolf was cut out. Chapter 127 Su Yi's Analysis. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Few. 39. Back on the 5.5th floor, Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The whole person is about to collapse. During the whole process, he was extremely careful, for fear of making a little noise or disturbing other criminals. I'm even more afraid of being accidentally seen by the surveillance phone bug. Fortunately, he was finally done. Open the door and fruit space, walk in. Su Yi saw that the walls and ceilings were all nailed with shadows. The shadow of the giants occupies 2/3 of the space. The shadows struggled desperately, but the shadow stake was a weapon to restrain them. No matter how strong their body was, they couldn't break free. Su Yi found a tin box, stuffed the shadows into it, and locked the box firmly. You're done. Back on the 5.5th floor, the shemales were already fast asleep. The next day, early in the morning, the shemales started a banquet. On stage, Ivankov was dancing to his heart's content. Su Yi eats a piece of barbecue and watches the situation on the 6th floor with the surveillance phone bug. Up until this point, no one got up on the 6th floor. The guards distributed the food to each cell, but strangely, none of the criminals went to get it. However, the guards don't care. After all, these are the top criminals in the world. Either life imprisonment or execution at some point in the future. You deserve to starve to death here. When the jailer walked to the last cell, he saw the people detained inside, and his footsteps unwittingly relaxed a little. 093 Portgas d'Ace, and the original 7 warlords of the sea, Jinbe. Hey, it's time to eat. Throwing 2 pieces of dry bread into the cell, and throwing in 2 apples that were nearly rotten. Advertisement. Then quickly left this place of right and wrong. In the monitoring room, Deputy Warden Hannibal looked at the picture sent back by the surveillance phone bug. Can't help but be a little curious. Strange, these criminals only have 1 meal a day, and they are rushing to eat on weekdays. Why are they so quiet today? Could it be that you're thinking about escaping? If that's the case, then I'll treat it as if I didn't see it, and I'll pass all the responsibility to Magellan. Then I'll be the warden. Wow, ha ha ha. 99. The jailer on the side wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Mr. Deputy Warden, you have just spoken out your heart. Hannibal realized his gaffe and quickly covered his mouth. Hey, did you hear that the Empress Boa Hancock is coming to our big prison today? Besides someone whispering, is that the most beautiful woman in the world, Pirate Queen Boa Hancock? It's really strange, how could she be interested in us here? I heard that she wanted to see who was executed this time, Fire Fist Ace. Isn't it here to put out Fire Fist? Probably not. After all, Whitebeard didn't come to the prison. 55. Then that's really weird. 35. Hannibal listened to the grapevine. Suddenly became interested in Boa Hancock. The most beautiful woman in the world. I really want her to be my woman. I have spoken my heart again. Halfway through his words, he suddenly realized his gaffe and hurriedly stopped the topic. But see, the jailers are looking at him with the eyes of their rivals at this time. You guys. By the way, when is Boa Hancock coming? Hannibal asked. Warden Magellan said it would be in about 4 days. What? It's still 4 days, what a disappointment. 5. Level 5.5, Shemale Paradise. Ivankov was looking at his arms, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He was about to inject himself with animal hormones. Really, in order to gain great power, I fought hard. Considering himself a hormonal fruiter, Ivankov decided to give it a shot. Immediately, he injected himself with animal hormones. Advertisement. Severe pain, but not death. Within an hour, Ivankov stood up, almost collapsed. The figure under his big head became stronger, and even if he used female hormones to become a woman, the tendon on his body could not be completely eliminated. Power. I feel a steady stream of power. Yeah. Then, he looked at the shemales who looked at him with concern. Do you want this power too? After 3 injections of Suyi, and an injection of animal hormones by myself. Ivankov has successfully improved animal hormones, from the original 10% success rate to the current 30%. The success rate is now 30%, he said. The crowd looked at each other in dismay, and finally, one person stood up. Come on, we are destined to escape from prison in the future. Although the Shemale Paradise is also very good, I prefer the vast world outside. For that upcoming day, I want to gain more powerful power. Beej. Is that so? Is this your realization? Ivankov said, turning his nails into a syringe and injecting the man with animal hormones. Is there anyone else? Inside Impel Down, Level 1. Su Yi, who turned into a certain jailer and threw the original jailer into the door fruit space, was walking in the corridor. No one he met along the way noticed anything unusual about him, not even Magellan and Hannibal. Nine-Tails Fox Fruit is indeed the strongest ability to sneak into the enemy's interior. Su Yi thought to himself, and began to visit the largest prison in the world. He began to think in his heart why Whitebeard didn't come here directly to rob the prison. There are 3 possible reasons. One is because Magellan, the poisonous fruit ability person, has a very tricky ability. Once he is poisoned by the opponent, even Whitebeard will not be spared. The second is because it is very close to the Marine headquarters, and in the event of an accident, the Marine headquarters can immediately send Admiral to come to support. The third is because this place is located in the calm belt, and most of the prison is located on the bottom of the sea. Once trapped in it, Marine is likely to try to sink the entire prison, and also to sink Whitebeard or the captains under Whitebeard inside. Therefore, no matter how you look at it, the underwater prison is a very tricky place. And Whitebeard, who is good at opening up, is difficult to let go of his hands and feet here. As for why Whitebeard insisted on saving Ace, Su Yi couldn't figure it out before crossing. Advertisement. But after coming to this world, this point is easy to figure out. The reason is simple. As the four emperors, Whitebeard's second team captain was publicly executed by Marine, which was a great blow to the four emperors' face and prestige. If this happens, the hearts of the Whitebeard pirates will collapse immediately. Just imagine if some heavyweight in red hair pirates, or some of Big Mom's sons and daughters, were to be publicly executed. Presumably the two emperors will not sit still. This is not just because the other party is his own son or partner. It's even more fun. You dare to move the right-hand man of the four emperors, and you are also publicly executed. Where does this save the four emperors' face? If the four emperors really backed down today, then someone will dare to drag the four emperors off their seats tomorrow. If Robin was taken from Enies lobby, to Marine headquarters or Impel Down, then Luffy and others will surely start a rescue. However, the Straw Hat Pirates will only be easily destroyed. Secondly, Ace is very popular in the Whitebeard Pirates. It is very likely that most of the captains supported the rescue of Ace. So, in fact, it wasn't that Whitebeard went his own way, but that most of the heavyweights of the Whitebeard Pirates agreed to rescue. This led to the battle at the top. So it turns out, Sengoku really made a good move. Su Yi had to admire Sengoku's wisdom here. As expected of the man who fought Roger and Whitebeard many times. At the same time, some marveled at Blackbeard's vicious eyes. As someone who has been lurking under Whitebeard's banner for a long time, he knows Ace's popularity in the Whitebeard Pirates. Maybe he originally wanted to catch Luffy, but when he met Ace, he had a bolder idea. If the Whitebeard Pirates really go to rescue Ace, then he can take the opportunity to find some powerful criminals in Impel Down as Shichibukai to become his subordinates. Gather your strength for the position of the four emperors. Chapter 128. All staff strengthen. Release Xiao Feng. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the large prison lounge, Su Yi ate the prisoners' food and continued to think. In fact, Whitebeard's physical condition is very bad now. From the large vortex spider Squid's assassination of Whitebeard, Whitebeard did not escape this point to get a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg. After Ace got on the ship, he had assassinated Whitebeard many times. And even in his deep sleep, Whitebeard could perfectly disrupt Ace's assassination. But in the tense atmosphere of Summit War, Whitebeard was awake and couldn't dodge a blow from Squid, the giant vortex spider. It can be seen that his state at the time was extremely poor. It is likely that there are not many years left to live. As a strong man who once fought against One Piece, Whitebeard should not want to die silently. As a strong person, it should end in the public eye. Just like Roger back in the day. Perhaps, Whitebeard also wants to start a new era like Roger. Okay, the rest time is over, hurry back to your own posts. A man of considerable rank among the jailers shouted to the crowd in the lounge. Su Yi stood up and continued toward the corridor of the prison. His purpose this time is very clear, that is, the clown Buggy, who was held on the first floor and caught by Marine for some unknown reason. Ace, he is not going to rescue him now. Although most of the responsibility for Ace's arrest lies with Blackbeard, but Ace is too self-motivated, disregarding the dissuasion of his companions and Whitebeard. He must suffer the hardships, otherwise he may continue to seek revenge for Blackbeard after he goes out, so that he can once again caught. And the top 5 criminals in Impel Down will be a huge help during Summit War. Buggy is the most suitable person to release these criminals. The only thing to note is that now Mr. 3's wax fruit has been stolen by himself, so there is no one who can make keys at any time. So, Su Yi has been running around in the prison all this time and has made a copy of all the keys. Came to the clown Buggy's cell, Su Yi opened the door of the cell and walked in. Then, under the watchful eyes of the criminals, he gave Buggy a beating. Advertisement. I provoked someone to provoke someone. Buggy burst into tears. However, shortly after Su Yi left, Buggy suddenly found himself able to use his abilities. His heart was beating fast. Chance. This is a chance to escape from prison. Although he doesn't know how his ability came back, the handcuffs on his hands are just ordinary iron handcuffs, not sea stone. And he can use the ability to split and escape from here. Looks like my luck is here, Yossi. Get out when you get a chance. Buggy thought triumphantly, not in the slightest associating between the jailer who had just beaten him and his ability to recover. And he didn't know that his so-called recovery ability was just that Su Yi lent him chop chop fruit again. As long as he has a thought, he can withdraw his ability at any time. After that, Su Yi continued to the third floor, Starvation Hell. Here is where Bentham is imprisoned. Because the fourth floor is blazing hell, the heat is also transmitted to the third floor through the ceiling. Not only is there a shortage of water and food, but it is also so hot that it is like a desert. And the sand in the desert seems to be the corpses of criminals who died before. Su Yi walked into the desert, endured the heat, and took a sip of water from time to time. Avoiding the location of all surveillance phone bugs, he already knew all of these. Suddenly a beat sounded from a distance. When I walked in, I saw that in a cell, Xiaofeng in prison uniform was leading the other prisoners in the cell to dance ballet. It's too energetic. Su Yi complained in his heart. Xiaofeng, who was dancing, saw Su Yi's appearance, but at this time Su Yi was still a jailer. Advertisement. So he didn't care, and still danced on his own. Xiaofeng, it's me. After Su Yi glanced around and made sure that no surveillance phone bug noticed him. Restored to its original state. Quote. Xiaofeng's mind kept searching. Luffy's crew. Su Yi reminded aside. So it's you. Xiaofeng suddenly rang. Why are you outside? Could it be that you were arrested too? It seems like fate. Let's meet at the end of this hunger and learn how to fight with me. Quote. Su Yi decisively refused. No, forget it. Immediately he said, I'll save you right away. 35. Saying that, he took out the key and let Xiaofeng out. Xiaofeng unlocked the keys to himself and the rest of the prisoners in the cell. Knock them out. Let them calm down. Ivankov told several shemales who were already on standby. Several shemales stunned them to the ground with hammers and bangs. Su Yi looked at the shemales here and found that many of them had become muscular women. The weak-willed guy is easily influenced by animal hormones. Not only will he gain great strength, but also bring the bestiality of the beast. 35. The two of them hit it off immediately. Thinking of this, Su Yi suddenly shuddered. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot. According to this development, when the prison escape, the terrifying combat power of this group of people is estimated to form a torrent. Next, Su Yi witnessed the birth of one shemale warrior after another. What a powerful force this is. Advertisement. The tendon flesh that looked like a bodybuilder made him feel a dangerous breath. And their strength has also increased, I don't know how many times. Suddenly, Su Yi found that Ivankov was injecting hormones into a ladyboy, and the ladyboy soon screamed in pain. At this point, Ivankov was already planning to find more comrades from the prison. Su Yi resolutely refused again, and then took Xiaofeng and others, escaped the surveillance of the surveillance phone bugs, and came to a passage in Starvation Hell, which is spread throughout the entire deep-sea prison leading to the 5.5th floor shemale paradise. One of the many channels. As long as you don't encounter Magellan, you can even bump into Jailerman. Su Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, always feeling that he would be in danger here. Isn't he afraid that one day when he is asleep, his gender will be changed suddenly? It's really messed up. Su Yi was surprised by the courage of this group of people. 0. I really don't know how the dragon guy made Ivankov his partner at ease. After a pause, he continued. Now the success rate has increased from 10% to 50%, and even if it fails, it will not die, but will only be seriously injured, so almost everyone wants an injection. And the shemale who just joined in quickly found the organization. Moreover, Ivankov can get companions by injecting female hormones, so the cadres in the GM army are also Yi speculated that the she-males here should have at least tens of millions of bounties. Ah, I'm injecting everyone with animal hormones, and since seeing your success, everyone wants to get stronger, Ivankov explained. They gained a strong body as if they had eaten zone devil fruit. Everyone's eyes were red, as if they were going to go wild. Wait, what are you doing? What the heck? I seem to have discovered a great secret. After passing through the passage, Xiaofeng came to the she-male paradise and met his idol Ivankov. He then discovered that Ivankov himself seemed to have completed 3 injections. Ivankov explained it to Yi. Seeing the puzzled look on Yi's face, he explained, "These are the new she-males I just met. They are all reliable partners. How about it? Do you want to join us too?" 39. Even against the elite soldiers in Marine, they should be able to win heads up. Chapter 129 Luffy arrives, prisoners riot. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The complexity of the terrain inside Impel Down is beyond Yi's imagination. Although he didn't need to visit such a complex underground labyrinth-like fortress at all, since he came to the world of pirates, and basically he won't have, and doesn't want to have a second chance to enter here, so naturally he has to be good. Take a tour. 4 days passed in this way. Boa Hancock finally came to Impel Down. On this day, Yi could clearly sense that the guards' enthusiasm for work was rising. Really? These guys? Yi mixed in with the jailers who greeted Boa Hancock, and finally met this legendary woman. Fair-skinned, and dressed with personality, giving people a very distinctive feeling. When Yi saw the other party's first glance, he was shocked. If it is said that the other party's appearance is so beautiful, then the beauties that he has seen on the Blue Star in his previous life will naturally be the first to disapprove. Therefore, Yi speculates that one of the main reasons why Boa Hancock is so attractive is because of the sweet fruit that the other party eats. This is devil fruit's ability. Only people with strong willpower cannot be attracted by the beauty of each other. Of course, with the exception of stunners like Luffy. The only thing Yi can do is to move his eyes and not look at each other with naked eyes. And his sense of sight also noticed Luffy hiding in Hancock's clothes. Gee, I'm a little envious. However, Yi will not be interested in Hancock. Even if he does get him, he might turn into a stone statue one day in the future. For such a dangerous guy, it is better to stay away. Advertisement. When Hancock entered the prison, Yi followed all the way, and changed into various appearances during the period, but always followed several people. Finally, Hancock entered the room to be examined. "I really want to go in and have a look. I accidentally said what was in my heart." Hannibal shook his body aside, looking like he wanted to enter the room but didn't dare. When Hancock came out of the room, Yi also saw Luffy. He stayed where he was, waiting for everyone to enter the elevator. He came to the dead corner of the surveillance phone bug and returned to his original appearance. Then, swaggeringly appeared in front of Luffy. "Yi, why are you here?" When Luffy saw Yi, a surprised and happy expression appeared on his face. "I knew you would come here to save Ace, so I sneaked here in advance," Yi said. Luffy didn't even think about how Yi could sneak into Impel Down, and how he sneaked into it, just happy to have a helper by his side. "Okay. Then let's go save Ace together." Luffy suddenly became more aggressive. However, Yi stopped Luffy and said, "According to my observations in the past few days, I am already familiar with the terrain here. If you rush in rashly, you will only fall into various traps. You follow me here for the jailer's channel." Saying so, he ran forward. Seeing this, Luffy followed Yi without hesitation. The two avoided the surveillance of the surveillance phone bugs and swaggered around in the world's largest prison. After arriving at the prison block on the first floor, Yi deliberately passed by the clown Buggy's cell. When he saw the two figures of Luffy and Yi, Buggy, who was about to escape from prison, couldn't bear his temper and ran out. Advertisement. "Yo, Buggy, you are here." Luffy greeted habitually, as if not surprised to see Buggy here. But Buggy was very shocked. "You two are not wearing prison uniforms. Do you mean that you broke in from outside?" Immediately, he denied his own thoughts. "How is it possible? You must have been caught and run out. How could someone be willing to take the initiative to come in?" Then, He suddenly showed an ambitious smile. How about it? If we want to escape from prison together, I can consider joining forces with you. Su Yi took out a bunch of keys from his arms and shook it in front of Buggy. We're not here to escape, but to rob a prison. If you want to get out, you can use this key to release the prisoners on this floor and make chaos, so maybe you can fish in troubled waters and get out. 5. Seeing this, Buggy didn't doubt where Su Yi's key came from. Now he, Ishin, wants to escape. Immediately, the cells on the first floor were quickly opened, and the criminals were released. Come on, Captain, this is only the first floor. 99. Su Yi ran first, followed by Luffy. At this moment, Buggy suddenly noticed an armband on Luffy's arm. Recognized instantly, it was a clue to Captain John's treasure. Please bean sacks, everyone, don't go outside first, you should not forget the horror of this prison. There are horrible Magellan, a large number of jailers, and horrible jailer beasts. 35. Saying that, he pointed in the direction where Su Yi and Luffy left. Let's go down first and release more companions. Don't worry about danger, these two guys are very strong. After some agitation declarations, the prisoners on the first floor suddenly rioted and followed Buggy to the second floor. At this time, the monitoring room on the first floor. The guards discovered the abnormality, but when they saw that Buggy had a set of keys, and used this key to release all the prisoners, they were still a little calm, and immediately spit the coffee out of their mouths. No, the prisoners are rioting, let Warden Magellan know. At this time, Magellan, still in the toilet, didn't know the news at all. As a person with poisonous fruit ability, he has to pay a terrifying price while gaining powerful power. Therefore, the jailers made a round of notification and finally found that the only person who could be contacted now was Hannibal. Advertisement. What? The prisoners on the first floor escaped and ran downstairs. When Hannibal got the news, he was instantly happy. Great. This is good news. I can blame all the responsibility for this matter on Magellan's head, so that the position of the warden is mine. Ah, I accidentally said what I said in my heart. Su Yi and others all the way down. With Su Yi leading the way, they quickly reached the second floor. And a group of beasts appeared in front of them. There are lions with human faces, giant praying mantises, small hippos, Sasori who like to link together to make a centipede, and a gigantic lion with wings. Guo-mo, the giant whirling gun. 99. Luffy slammed a heavy punch, sending a group of beasts flying. Su Yi threw out the key to the second floor and gave it to the rioting criminals. Oh, little ones, come out, you're free. Buggy floated in the air, stirring people's enthusiasm. The prisoners who came out suddenly cheered. Listen, little ones, our purpose is to release all the criminals, especially the powerful guys below, and then completely smash this prison down. At this time, Buggy had become complacent, forgetting the horror of Magellan and the various dangers in this prison. Seeing so many prisoners defending themselves, something called ambition rose up in his heart. Su Yi and Luffy had already disappeared, and a group of criminals chased after them. In the monitoring room on the second floor, the jailers finally saw clearly the mastermind of the escape. The only two people not wearing prison uniforms at this time, the Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy, and his crew demon hunter Su Yi, are suspected to be the main instigators of the escape. The way the two entered the prison is unknown, and the purpose of the two unknown, but guess that they want to release all the prisoners here and bring great disaster to the world. At the same time, the news quickly reached Marine headquarters, Marine Marshal Sengoku's desk through the phone bug. Nani? It's this kid again. Garp, why does your family always cause this kind of thing? Looking at Garp sitting on his own sofa in the office, eating senbei and drinking tea, Garp couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. Chapter 130 Kill the Jailer Beast, the Terrifying Sword Wolf. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. As expected of my grandson, but he should be trying to rescue Ace. Garp waved his hands indifferently, he can't be successful. Sengoku punched the table, but he's also causing us a lot of trouble, and I think you need to take care of him. 99. Don't tell me, do you want me to go to Impel Down and give up the siege of Whitebeard? Garp ate senbei and took a sip of tea, looking like a leisurely play. Sengoku couldn't stand it anymore. grabbed the snacks from Garp's hand, and ate them all by himself. Ah, my senbei! Garp cried. Celestial dragons disappeared. Ace was executed. There are so many things to do with this old man. Don't dangle in front of me anymore. 35 Sengoku roared. You are jealous of me. If it really doesn't work, you should retire too. Retirement will be comfortable. Garp still looks like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, but Sengoku can't do anything about Garp like this. Sengoku sighed deeply. After this incident, I must retire. Sengoku felt that his body and mind could no longer bear the damage. First Luffy fights celestial dragons, then 2 celestial dragons go missing. Admiral Kizaru went out to look for it, and there is no result yet. And Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy who was supposed to be eliminated by the bear, actually appeared in Impel Down at this time. Also sparked prisoner riots. Meanwhile, Portgas d'Ace 14's execution is less than 2 days away. The movement of the Whitebeard pirates is unknown, but it is certain that the opponent's target must be Ace. So, he not only has to find celestial dragons, but also find a way to deal with Whitebeard. But now 3 admirals have dropped 1, leaving 2. If there are only 2 people, if something goes wrong in Shichibukai, the outcome of this war is likely to be overturned. Who the hell kidnapped celestial dragons? What a dead man. Sengoku's eyes fell on the videophone Bug, the other of the 2 who manipulated the prisoners to escape. Demon Hunter, Su Yi. According to Kizaru's information, the fruit ability of this guy named Su Yi is a rare phantom beast type. It is very likely that this phantom beast has the ability to seal other people's fruits, or what he uses to seal other people's fruit ability is not the fruit ability, but a special substance similar to sea stone and seawater. This man must be caught and tortured to find out what method he used. Snapped. Sengoku patted his hand on the table. Advertisement. But it's not your turn to prioritize events right now, celestial dragons first. With that said, his eyes were on the top photo of celestial dragons. And then Ace. After that, it's Ace's photo. It's you in the end, Demon Hunter. 35. Finally, his eyes moved to Su Yi's wanted list. Impel Down, 3 floors underground. Su Yi and his party came to the 3rd underground floor. There are no jailers here, no beasts. Some are just desert-like hot climates. Yoshi, rescue the people on this floor and give them food and water. Buggy is commanding a group of younger brothers that he has just harvested. They just plundered a jailer's cafeteria and forced out all the food and water in it. Su Yi threw a bunch of keys to a prisoner and asked them to unlock the lock. And he walked silently in one direction. Seeing Su Yi's actions, Luffy thought he was going to the next floor. However, when the 2 came to a staircase, from the stairs, a tall figure slowly appeared. This is a strange creature whose upper body is milk and the lower body is human. Holding a small mace in his hand, his nose is still running, and he doesn't look very smart. What is this? Luffy looked puzzled, unaware of the danger's proximity. Guo mo nuo, a pistol. But he still launched the attack subconsciously, stretched his arm, and punched the jailer beast fiercely. Su Yi's eyes moved. He often saw this kind of jailer beast during the period of Impel Down. The one in front of him, named Minotaur, is a cow man, a cow fruit person, and Zone failed to awaken. But, boom. Luffy's fist hit the opponent's body, and the jailer beast took a step back. However, as if nothing happened, they continued to walk towards the 2 of them. Advertisement. This guy is not an ordinary enemy. His defense, strength, and resilience are all amazing. Even if you completely knock him down, he will stand up again after a while. Su Yi explained aside. As that's so, Luffy suddenly became serious after hearing Su Yi's explanation. I saw him put his hand on his knee and press it hard. The next moment, the skin of his body began to steam. Second gear. Guo mo, rocket launcher. Boom. This time, the cow man flew out directly, seemingly suffering terrifying injuries. It looks like he shouldn't be able to stand up anytime soon. However, Su Yi on the side frowned. The current Luffy, as expected, is still too naive. After a while, the cowmen will get back on their feet. He took a deep breath and jumped out suddenly. He raised his right fist and slammed it down on the cowman on the ground. Boom. With a terrifying punch visible to the naked eye, the cowman's chest collapsed directly, and large cracks appeared on the surrounding stone brick floor. Card rub kacha. There was a sound of bones shattering in the cowman's chest, and at the same time, he spurted a stream of blood from his mouth. It is necessary to beat the opponent like this to ensure that he will not stand up again in a short period of time. Su Yi looked at the shocked Luffy and explained. Luffy came over, looked at the cowman on the ground, was about to have a seizure, and suddenly found that the other party's bones were recovering automatically and slowly. This terrifying resilience completely extinguished the anger in his heart. At the same time, there is an eye-opening feeling. There is still a guy with such tenacious vitality. Okay, don't be in a daze, such a guy has 3 heads. If he can't leave here within an hour, he will stand up again. Su Yi said with a serious look. Watching Luffy continue to run forward, he crouched down and touched the cowman's face with his hand. Steal. Cow fruit. Get it. He didn't dare to steal the opponent's ability in front of Luffy. If Luffy saw it, it would probably take a while. The current Luffy is not only lacking in strength, but even his mentality has not been polished. Advertisement. And this is another reason why Su Yi is reluctant to save Ace in advance. Luffy, who has not experienced some things in 093, can never grow up, especially the growth of Xing. In this way, he will never become stronger. Looking at the criminals chasing after him, Su Yi took a deep breath and suddenly caught up in Luffy's footsteps. Next is the 4th floor. Luffy looked at Su Yi. Su Yi did not respond, but looked forward with a solemn expression. 4th floor, blazing hell. Ahead, there was Magellan waiting for them. Soon after, everyone passed a long staircase. Su Yi and Luffy, who were running at the front, also encountered the second jailer beast. It was a Madara horse. Like the cow people, they are the ones who failed in Zone's awakening. All come here. Su Yi suddenly activated the sword wolf fruit and transformed into a human and beast form. His speed suddenly increased sharply, and some blades grew on the knuckles of his right fist, forming a fist blade. Fist blade katakana middle dot breaking the mountain. Boom. Su Yi punched the opponent in the face at a speed that the Madara centaur had no time to react, and pressed him to the ground. Boom. The ground shook, the stone bricks cracked, and the Madara centaur's body instantly froze. Instant kill. Luffy passed by, jumped over, and took a deep look at the Madara centaurs lying on the ground. Su Yi's punch left a deep impression on him. And Su Yi also took the Madara horse fruit ability of the Madara horse. He stood up, moved his wrist, and rushed out again. Ahead, a rhino and a koala stand in front of Luffy. Ouch. Su Yi let out a low growl, and pressed the 2 jailer beasts to the ground. Chapter 131 Su Yi vs Magellan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The 4 jailer beasts, all annihilated. Stealing the abilities of these 2 jailer beasts, Su Yi jumped up and charged forward. Captain, stop. This time, Luffy was unexpectedly obedient and stopped. This made Su Yi a little surprised, but he couldn't care less. Shout out. Magellan. But see, standing in front of a burly figure, wearing demon horns, wearing a black cloak, behind the demon bat wings, the image of a ghost in hell. And hearing Su Yi's roar. The criminals behind stopped one after another. Go down the stairs over there, there's a path there. Su Yi pointed to a staircase behind. The space there is very small, only 2 people can pass side by side. But now he can't handle that much anymore. If he goes against Magellan, so many elite soldiers will be lost here. And Luffy doesn't have to lose 10 years of life here. Luffy gritted his teeth and said, Su Yi, can you handle it? Su Yi turned his head in surprise. Did Luffy change his temper? You can resist it for a while, you guys, as soon as possible. This is the key to the next few floors. Su Yi threw a bunch of keys to Luffy. Don't let the mortals on the 6th floor out, there are some truly vicious and dangerous elements inside. Luffy took the key, glanced at Su Yi one last time, then turned and left. At this moment, Magellan walked towards Su Yi step by step, like a general in charge of one husband. They just dumped you. Su Yi laughed. My companion is only Luffy. Magellan said. Soga, it seems that those pirate criminals are all your scapegoats. Su Yi poked out his ears, they were all damned people anyway. Magellan suddenly secreted a large amount of purple mucus, so can you predict your own death? The purple mucus secreted frantically, eventually forming a poisonous dragon. The poisonous dragon attacked Suyi outrageously. Knife style. Suyi suddenly opened the wolf's mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of mist. Advertisement. The poisonous dragon suddenly disintegrated, and the knife wind rushed towards Magellan with an unparalleled momentum. Magellan's pupils shrank, then increased the strength of the poison dragon. More venom was secreted out, facing the knife and knife wind. Boom boom boom. The two sides are almost evenly matched, whether it is Dao Dao Feng or Poison Dragon, they all stay in the middle. No one can get in. The road in the middle was directly broken, and a large amount of venom poured into the blood pool below, creating a poisonous mist. Chi chi chi. Suyi's body suddenly secreted a large amount of mist, covering a large area around him, and the poisonous mist could not enter this area at all. For a time, Suyi was even on par with Magellan. So, how about? Suddenly, more poisonous dragons appeared on Magellan's body, rushing towards the mist. Knife blade wind wall breaker. The mist around Suyi suddenly swirled, forming a whirlwind, but all the poisonous dragons that came into contact with the mist were crushed into venom and flew in all directions, unable to get close to Suyi's body at all. After 10 seconds, both sides stopped in unison. Suyi jumped back, gasping for breath. His mouth is almost smoking. Although the knife wind has powerful lethality, it is also harmful to his oral cavity, so it cannot be used for a long time. At this time, there is already bleeding in his mouth. Moreover, Dao Dao Feng needs his own exhalation, that is, he needs lung capacity. Compared with Magellan's almost unlimited release of the poison dragon, it still has considerable limitations. Looking at Magellan again, he was also gasping for breath at this time. While covering his stomach, the use of power on such a large scale just now caused his abdomen to tumble. I need to get rid of you quickly. Magellan took a deep breath, and suddenly the purple venom on his body turned crimson, like the color of blood. The thick red venom spread wildly, and finally gathered on Magellan's body. Suyi realized that Magellan could not use this move, and immediately jumped up. His body vacated and rotated in a circle, the blade's tail drew a crescent arc, and an amazing sword chi flew out. Tail knife, to the moon. Whoosh. The sword chi slashed at Magellan's venom, and immediately cut it in half. However, Magellan's body was not there, but had already ascended to the top along the venom channel. Advertisement. And the cut half is also fast healing. At this point, Magellan's trick has been brewed. Poison Giant. A giant soldier composed entirely of crimson venom appeared, grabbing Suyi with a large hand. Tail knife, cut force. Suyi swept again, directly cutting off an arm of the poison giant. Slam la. This time, the poisonous giant did not connect his arm. Magellan glanced at the broken arm of the poisonous giant, and then continued to kill Suyi. Slam la. The poisonous giant walked towards Suyi through the middle passage, and a large amount of venom fell into the blood pool below. A terrifying red poison gas was evaporated. At this time, the venom has already covered the blood pool itself, and the blood pool has become a poison pool. What a tough guy. Suyi sighed. If the whole body is covered with armament color and kills the past. Not to mention whether his armed color can resist the attack of Magellan's red poison. Even if it can, after killing Magellan, he will definitely have some venom sticking to him. It is estimated that this venom is difficult to rinse with water, and it is estimated that it has to jump into the sea. This will be troublesome. He suddenly stepped back a few steps and came to the edge of the blood pool. A sweep of the tail knife cuts the road. Boom. The road suddenly fell into the blood pool below, and Magellan's poisonous giant stopped. Goodbye. Suyi returned to human form and rushed towards the 5th floor. Gollum. At this moment, Magellan's poisonous giant suddenly rushed towards his body quickly. When all the venom has entered Magellan's body, he suddenly covered his stomach and clamped his legs, showing a painful expression on his face. Toilet. Where is the toilet? Advertisement. He clamped his legs and walked to the toilet with difficulty step by step. I can no longer care about chasing and killing Suyi and others. At this time, the 5th floor. Luffy et al. Have released all the criminals. As for the army wolves that existed on the 5th floor, they had all been beheaded, and the wolf skin of the army wolves had become the warmest clothing. There are no surveillance phone bugs here, and the criminals are finally at ease. Some trees were cut down, a fire was raised, and a meal was rested. When they were detained before, everyone was given a minimum food intake and could not get enough to eat at all. Moreover, he was often tortured, and his body was very weak. Now there is an opportunity, of course, to restore physical strength as much as possible. How to get to the 6th floor? Buggy didn't hear Su Yi's words that the criminals on the 6th floor would not be released. The criminals on the first 5 floors gathered together and formed a large scale. If Magellan didn't show up, they would be virtually invincible in this prison. I met a woman wearing a leather jacket and holding a whip before, who looked like a prison cadre. As a result, he was directly beaten by a group of criminals and ran away. I don't know, I'll know when Su Yi arrives, Luffy said. Buggy suddenly said angrily, he's fighting that Magellan. There's no way he's coming back. 35. Luffy said, no, Su Yi will be fine. 35. Completely speechless, Buggy ran to the fire with his criminals to keep warm. Luffy felt the cold after a while and walked in the snow. Suddenly a hand grabbed his arm and pulled him into the forest. Luffy just disappeared right under the noses of Buggy et al. And they didn't notice Luffy's disappearance. Level 5.5, Shemale Paradise. Ivankov looked at Luffy brought back by Su Yi. Su Yi, is this the captain you always talk about, Jew? Ah, I'm Monkey D. Luffy said by name. Monkey D. Ivankov became interested in Luffy's surname. Boy, your surname is quite rare, and there is a D in the middle. Ivankov looked at Luffy, always feeling that Luffy's face was a little familiar. Chapter 132. All the members escaped successfully. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. His father, if I remember correctly, was named Monkey D. Dragon. Su Yi said nonchalantly. Ah, Monkey D. Dragon, he is also the leader of RGM Kun. Ivankov didn't react yet, he just said subconsciously. Wait, what did you say? The Straw Hat's father is a dragon. After 3 seconds, Ivankov finally realized something. Widened his eyes. Su Yi was afraid that the other party would give him a death wink at such a close distance. Quickly dodged a step, Ivankov looked at Luffy. This face, indeed, is indeed the blood of a dragon. So, your grandpa is Monkey D. Garp? Ivankov asked subconsciously. Ah, Luffy said. Ivankov was shocked. Totally shocked. So, why did you get into Impel Down? 35. Rescue Ace. Portgas D. Ace. Ivankov rubbed his chin. If that's the case, then I'll help you, Straw Hat Boy. Moreover, all the criminals in this big prison have already escaped, and now is the best time to escape. 39. As a cadre of the GM army, Ivankov. The big picture is still there. When even realized that this happened to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. 097 taking advantage of the present, they can escape, and after they go out, they can go to find the dragon. With this fighting power in the Shemale Paradise, and the animal hormones he just developed. Advertisement. He believes that it will definitely bring a surprise to the people of the GM army. As a result, Su Yi, Luffy and everyone from the Shemale Paradise came to the 6th floor of the underwater prison, which is also the last floor. At the same time, the 6th floor of the underwater prison. Boa Hancock had met Ace, and informed him that Luffy was here. Before waiting for Ace to ask something, Boa Hancock is gone. Then, Magellan, who had just finished using the toilet, arrived. Right now there is a riot in the prison. I think it's coming for you. I'll take you away first, and then slowly eliminate these ignorant guys. Magellan waved, and someone immediately escorted Ace to the elevator. Then, the group slowly left the 6th floor. Almost at the same time. At a hidden wall, the stone bricks on the wall were removed, and Su Yi and others walked out. Ace. Luffy ran and shouted. It is strange that not a single criminal on the 6th floor responded to their cries. If you look closely, you will see that the criminals in the cell are sleeping. This surprised Ivankov inexplicably, but he didn't think much of it. In fact, Boa Hancock, Magellan noticed this anomaly when he got here, but Hancock is not the kind of person who likes to explore everything, and Magellan also ignores it because of the lack of time. Therefore, the fact that the criminals on the 6th floor collectively lost their shadows was not gradually discovered until the end of the Summit War. At this time, Luffy and others ran all the way. Finally found the cage where Ace was imprisoned. It's just that there is no Ace in it at this time. There is only Jinbe alone. You are the Straw Hat Boy. It's amazing, you can come here. Jinbe saw Luffy's straw hat and immediately realized that this person was the one who came to save Ace, as Boa Hancock said, Straw Hat Boy. Where's Ace? 39. Luffy saw that someone was awake and asked immediately. Jinbe said, Mr. Ace, he has just been escorted away. If you hurry up to chase him, maybe you can catch up. Luffy immediately went to pursue Magellan and the others who had left. Advertisement. Su Yi took out a bunch of keys and opened the door of the cell. Jinbe, the original 7 warlords of the sea, Su Yi said, looking at Jinbe. Jinbe looked at Su Yi calmly. Who are you? Luffy is my captain. Su Yi opened Jinbe's handcuffs with the key. Come on, let's go out and make a scene together. Jinbe flicked his wrists. He was originally locked up by Marine because he objected to fighting Whitebeard with Marine. It's okay to go out now. I'm going to save Mr. Ace. Jinbe walked out of the cell, looked at Su Yi and said, It's a pity I can't escape with you. 99. Su Yi smiled and said, I didn't come to escape from prison, and Ace has Magellan by his side. Even if we play together, we are not his opponent. Jinbe stopped at this moment and looked at Su Yi. He found that the man in front of him was very calm, and he did everything with ease. It seems that everything is in the master. Then what should we do? Su Yi said, when Ace is escorted to Marine's ship, you should have an advantage in a naval battle, right? Jinbe's eyes moved. Yes, you are right. He took a deep look at Su Yi and felt that Su Yi was a terrible man from the bottom of his heart. In the largest prison in the world, it is possible to be unable to get out at all times, to be trapped here for a lifetime. And he was so calm and rational, and analyzed the best plan. Then why don't you stop, Straw Hat? Jinbe said. Su Yi spread his hands and smiled, he's my captain. Jinbe also laughed. The two ran together in the direction Luffy and others left. After a while, a piece of hypnosis gas appeared in front of me. And a man with his hands turned into scissors is cutting the ground to block the gas outlet. What should we do now? Ivankov looked at Su Yi, who was catching up, and almost regarded the man in front of him as the backbone. Go this way. 35. Su Yi pointed to the stairs to the side and said. He is familiar with the road here, he has walked all over the past few days, and he can recognize it with his eyes closed. Advertisement. As a result, a group of people rushed into the 5th floor. Here, the clown Buggy and his gang of criminal brethren are heating the fire. When I saw a group of shemales who suddenly appeared, as well as Luffy and Su Yi, I was shocked. Where have you been, Straw Hat? Buggy yelled. However, Luffy ignored Buggy at all and ran straight towards the stairs on the 4th floor. Seeing that he was ignored, Buggy was furious, but when he saw Luffy and the others, he was about to leave. He immediately called his little brother and followed behind. The group was almost like a broken bamboo, and there was no jailer who dared to stop them on the road. After reaching the 1st floor, Su Yi suddenly stopped everyone. Stop. It's Magellan outside, we're going out above. As he spoke, he transformed into a human beast form, and with a sweep of his tail knife, he cut a hole in the ceiling, and with a loud bang, sunlight suddenly came in. When the criminals who had not seen the sun for many years saw the sun, their eyes burst into tears with excitement. Su Yi continued to wield his tail knife, cutting the wall next to it into steps. The criminals rushed up. Su Yi suddenly rushed to the door of the 1st floor. Aren't you going? Jinbe shouted while looking at Su Yi. You go grab a warship first, otherwise none of us will be able to leave. Jinbe understood and ran out immediately. Then, Su Yi kicked the gate of the 1st floor and flew out. Outside, Magellan stood alone on the shore, watching the marine warship gone. What the hell did you do? He turned around and faced Su Yi, his eyes red. You let all the criminals go, do you know how much damage they will do to the world? Su Yi touched his nose, his eyes became a little scary, and sneered. World. You mean this birdcage ruled by celestial dragons? Do you think pirates should be damned, celestial dragons shouldn't be? Magellan was silent. In fact, some things don't need to be said clearly, the two sides can tacitly understand each other. But now that Su Yi has pointed it out, he is speechless. The unscrupulous celestial dragons live at ease, and the pirates who are 100 times lighter than their crimes suffer hell-like torture in the underwater prison. What is this world? But no one with a conscience can refute Su Yi. It's just a game of justice. Do you really think you're saving the world? Chapter 133 Successful Escape, Furious Magellan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marine Headquarters. Sengoku suddenly knocked over all the documents on the table. What did you say? He stared at a marine in front of him, unable to believe what he had just heard. The marine soldier swallowed and said, 7 warlords of the sea, only 4 were present, Mahawk the Hawkeye, the Bear Bartholomew, Doflamingo, and Boa Hancock. Where's Blackbeard? Where's Moria? Sengoku yelled. Moria had already arrived at the headquarters, but left suddenly. We threatened to deprive him of the title of 7 warlords of the sea, but he said let us do it anyway, he didn't want to be Shichibukai anymore. 9. I looked flustered when I saw him leave, and it seemed that there was a problem with his ability. And Blackbeard drove off a warship a few hours ago, saying he wanted to visit Impel Down. Sengoku's expression became more and more gloomy. What's wrong with Moria's ability? It's obviously an excuse for fear of death. After this incident, he immediately deprived him of the title of Shichibukai. Blackbeard's words. Wait, maybe he wants to. Sengoku suddenly had a bad premonition. Judging from the news from Impel Down. Although Su Yi and others released a large number of criminals, they did not move the 6th floor. That's where the real horror criminals are held. And the purpose of Blackbeard's trip should undoubtedly be those criminals. Leaving Marine headquarters at such a critical moment shows that this person has a plan. Damn, one by one. Sengoku suddenly called Kizaru's phone. Bug, have those 2 celestial dragons been found yet? Kizaru. Yes, but from the positioning given by the 5 elders, the 2 of them appeared inexplicably in the territory of New World Kaido of the Beasts, and I don't know why. 99. Kaido. This madman is indeed likely to do such a thing. Rocks did such a thing in the Valley of the Gods back then. Kizaru continued. The 5 elders said they wanted us to send out 2 admiral to go to Kaido and ask for someone. Sengoku roared. Impossible, now is the critical moment to execute Ace. If Whitebeard calls, what should we do? Are we going to hand over Ace? Impel Down, at the gate on the 1st floor. This time you weren't as lucky as last time. 35. Facing Su Yi once again, Magellan immediately activated his poison giant soldier skill and attacked Su Yi. Advertisement. Now he has no time to spend slowly with Su Yi. There are a large number of criminals outside, and if they find any way to escape, it will be troublesome. And, now that I've handed over all the Marines out of here, you can't escape now. As that's so. But I hear the voice of hope. Oh. Su Yi put his hand on his ear and made a gesture of listening to the sound. What do you mean? Magellan's eyes flashed. Forget it, it's just a bluff. He suddenly manipulated the poisonous giant to kill Su Yi. Knife, wolf, fruit, human and beast form. 35. Su Yi suddenly turned into a sword wolf and faced Magellan. On the other side, above the tower of Impel Down. The criminals who escaped here looked at the boundless sea around them, and their hearts were very heavy. Where's the boat? They found that all the marine warships that were supposed to be parked outside had disappeared. Buggy panicked completely and started screaming. And the criminals who followed him also fell into despair at this time. They originally thought that if they were desperate, they would be able to escape. As a result, it now appears that this is just a more desperate reality. Although most of them are not capable, can swim. But this is the calm belt, and the seabed is full of terrifying sea kings. They can't finish killing them, they will die if they go down. Straw Hat Boy, it's you who hurt us. Buggy grabbed Luffy's collar immediately. Jinbe on the side looked downstairs. He wondered, what would he do if Su Yi was there at this time? And Ivankov began to wonder if so many people could hold it if they fled back to the Shemale paradise now. And, even if they really hid, how to solve the food for so many people. Advertisement. Wait. Look over there. There's a warship sailing over there. 99. Suddenly someone pointed to the sea in the distance. Sure enough, it was a marine warship. When they got close, they suddenly saw that there were only less than 10 people above. Thief, ha ha ha. It's quite lively here. It seems that I came at the right time. Blackbeard took his men off the boat and swaggered aboard the Impel Down. Come on, get on this ship. Jinbe suddenly shouted. Pulled Luffy and rushed over. Seeing this, the others rushed to the boat as if they were fleeing for their lives. Blackbeard swept his eyes and found that these criminals were nothing more than a mob. The most vicious criminals of the 6th floor simply do not exist. Thief, ha ha ha. Let them go, let's do our thing. Saying that, Blackbeard saw Magellan at the door. It's better to avoid this kind of dangerous guy. He jumped up and jumped over the tower. With a group of men, they entered Impel Down from the place where Jinbe and others just came out. In Suyi's perception of seeing, hearing, and color, he realized that Luffy and others had already boarded the boat. Asterisk. So he bypassed Magellan's poisonous giant and ran out from the ceiling of the 1st floor. It won't let you escape. Who did it, and what does this guy named Blackbeard want to do? He took back the poisonous giant and quickly ran to the control room of the Gate of Justice. A man exactly like Magellan was telling the jailers to close the door of justice. Magellan looked in disbelief. At this time, the ship of Luffy and others had already arrived in front of the door of justice. And Luffy is trying to stretch his hand to grab Suyi. Magellan, as a capable person, could not go into the sea, so he could only watch Suyi run away. Magellan's pupils shrank. Advertisement. Suddenly, a jailer called up a surveillance screen. Magellan caught up. Magellan was outraged. Immediately, he looked gloomily inside Impel Down. Hey, you should go and see the 6th floor, that guy named Blackbeard, but the criminals on the 6th floor are about to be released. Suyi laughed and jumped off the tower, then suddenly jumped into the sea. Perhaps, it can be said that it was the crushing of Blackbeard's side. A sea walk. The sun shines through the crack, and the world is bright. But was avoided by Suyi. I'll hold him for a while. Boy, you have successfully angered me, but you will feel hopeless. Even if they escape, they will not be able to open the door of justice, and I will still catch up with you. Then, in the shocked eyes of the prison guards, he turned into a shemale with heavy makeup. Jinbei's eyes moved, and he resolutely obeyed Suyi's order and sailed directly. At this time, the control room. Before he was about to fall into the sea, he stepped on the sea with one foot and ran wildly on the sea. Suyi snorted coldly. If I didn't even know this, I wouldn't use it to rob prison. 35. And the door of justice miraculously opened. Little Straw Hat. Farewell. Bentham left the place as fast as Magellan hadn't returned, and ran towards the 5.5th floor shemale paradise. In the originally dark sky, a crack suddenly appeared. How is it possible? 9. One by one, what do you think of this place? Come and leave if you want. Fan. By the time Magellan arrived in the control room, it was too late. Suyi looked at the poisonous giant who was chasing after him. Governor. Mr. Hannibal is taking on the Blackbeard pirates. 0. In the picture, the Blackbeard gang, who had just entered Impel Down, had already fought with Hannibal. That's right, let that warship go, that's all, now close the door of justice. He said. Seeing that the door of justice was closed, he kicked the control circuit. Suyi shouted to Jinbe and others who were still waiting for him. Ship. Chapter 134 Luffy's 3 Evolutions. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Not to mention what kind of fight a raging Magellan will have with Blackbeard. Suyi stepped on the sea and ran on the sea, and finally caught up with Luffy and the others before the door of justice closed. Dead tall and short, this little brother can run on the sea, he looks so powerful. 35. A group of pirates under Buggy suddenly looked at Suyi in amazement. Ivankov and others haven't seen Suyi's battle before, so they don't know Suyi's true combat power. Seeing that Suyi can run on the sea. Ivankov. Could it be Marine's moonwalk? After Suyi landed on the deck, before taking a few breaths. Just to Ivankov. Use that. For Luffy. Ivankov's face changed. If you use it now, will it be too tight for time? Suyi waved his hand. If it's Luffy, it's fine. 33. Because of Suyi's intervention, it's actually much earlier than 097, when Luffy and others escaped from Impel Down in the original book. 3 injections of animal hormones can be completed. Then, Straw Hat Boy, do you want to gain great power? Ivankov spoke to Luffy in a seductive voice. Of course Luffy agreed. But it might be a little dangerous to do this, and you might even die if you're not careful. 99 Ivankov tried to force Luffy to give up in a threatening tone. However, Luffy looked at Suyi and said, Suyi's strength has become stronger during this period of time. It must be related to this, right? If this is the case, then I will also become stronger. Saying that, he clenched his fists. If I want to rescue Ace, I have to obtain powerful strength. I don't want to see my brother die in front of me again. Suyi knew that the older brother Luffy was referring to was Sabo. Perhaps it was because of Sabo that Luffy was so desperate to save Ace, even at the cost of his own life. Luffy had lost an older brother and didn't want to lose another. So Ivankov injected Luffy with animal hormones. Advertisement. At this time, Buggy suddenly came over and grabbed the collar of Jinbe, who was at the helm. Begging for bean sacks. In this direction, shouldn't we be heading to Marine headquarters? Jinbe glanced at Buggy. I found out at this time, it's too late. The current we're in now is the edge of a huge Uzumaki dedicated to Marine, and this Uzumaki can only be entered and left from 3 places. Eni's lobby, Marine headquarters, Impel Down. We're going back to Impel Down now, or we're going to Eni's lobby or Marine headquarters, there's no other choice. Buggy. Nani. Why didn't you say it sooner? The other pirate criminals also panicked at this time. Suyi stepped on the side of the boat with 1 foot, and her domineering appearance made everyone stop and panic. Are you guys really pirates? You panic first when you meet something, and you are more cowardly than Marine. Are you pirates on your first day? Shut up. After a few words, the pirates shut their mouths directly. Blue blue blue. Blue blue blue. Blue 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 1. At this moment, in a safe on the mast, the sound of a phone bug suddenly rang out. Suyi walked over and picked it up. A group of pirates rushed forward. It was Marine's ship after all, and the phone bug was no doubt calling from Marine headquarters. According to the information from Impel Down, the people on this ship should be criminals who escaped from prison, right? According to our intelligence analysis, there are 3 main culprits in this escape: Monkey D. Luffy the Straw Hat, Suyi the Demon Hunter, and Buggy the Clown. 35. What is shocking is that after our detailed investigation, we found that the clown Buggy was actually a crew member of the original One Piece Gold Roger, and you also called the 4 Emperors' red-haired brother. Did not reveal his true identity. There was silence on board. Immediately, a heated discussion broke out. Lord Buggy turned out to be Roger's crew, which is too handsome. As expected of Mr. Buggy, he is so low-key. Although he used to be Roger's crew, he does not reveal his identity, but wants to speak with his own strength. A group of people started their own strategy. Advertisement. At this moment, Buggy seems to have a dazzling light. And with the touts of the criminals, he felt more and more airy. However, the next sentence on the other end of the phone worm poured cold water on everyone. Finally, let me warn you. Although you have escaped from Impel Down, the door of justice at Marine headquarters will not be open for you, so you should just wait to be hunted down. Gotta. The phone hangs up. The ship fell silent again. Immediately, people panic again. How so? I should have thought long ago that there is no way Marine could open the door of justice for us. We're done. Lord Buggy, think of a way. Lord Buggy, help us. B. A group of desperate criminals immediately turned to Buggy for help. At this time, Buggy, who had just been complacent for a while, suddenly fell into an ice cave. Luffy has woken up from his sleep. Suyi also opened his eyes at this time. It started to open slowly, and a gap appeared. Marine headquarters. The live footage was transmitted to the Sabaody Bottom Islands through videophone bugs. Time passed by minute by minute. The body is no longer as thin as before, but has become 4.9 stronger. Luffy looks at me and Sean. Even if the bounty is over 100 million, sometimes he will provoke Luffy when he encounters some cats and dogs. When the ship came to the gate of justice. Advertisement. If you have this time to toss, why not take a break? But no one dared to provoke Jinbe. His identity as a murloc, and the original 7 warlords of the sea, made it difficult for people to approach him, so he didn't dare to think of confrontation. Although people are not happy, the whole person is full of spirit. At this time, the execution platform has become the focus of the world's attention. And reporters from all over the world watched the live broadcast from the Sabaody Bottom Islands and broadcast at the same time. Su Yi was looking at Luffy, who was struggling on the ground. As for Su Yi, judging from the aura that he exudes from time to time, it is obviously the characteristic of a strong man. The cowardly person does not even dare to approach Su Yi. Once he gets close to Su Yi, he will immediately feel that his body is not strong comfortable. But no one dared to provoke Su Yi. Buggy immediately found Su Yi. Fire Fist Ace was escorted to the execution platform, and Sengoku walked to Ace's side. On the execution stand. Finally, Luffy survived the baptism of the first wave of animal hormones. And the third time, he was able to fall asleep. And once Whitebeard appears, a terrible war will break out with Marine. What's more, this transition from heaven to hell is too fast. Hey, Su Yi, you are primarily responsible for this. This time, he showed his amazing vitality. At this time, the gate of justice seemed to sense the arrival of everyone. 5 minutes ago, without the slightest rest, he continued the second wave of suction. At this time, the video phone bug is broadcasting this historic scene live. Saying that, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to close his eyes to rest. He even endured pain while eating meat. Fire Fist Ace is about to be executed, meaning Whitebeard is likely to appear. Chapter 135 Summit War 1. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. South Blue. Market somewhere. Hey, does it really happen? The war between Whitebeard and Marine. 35. Impossible. Whitebeard is a survivor before the Great Pirate Era. Is he too old now? I haven't read anything about him in the newspapers for years, and I thought he was dead. Cut. A thug like Whitebeard should just be old and die, and what are you going to do when you die? Haha. In the end, you might be ruined. 35. East Blue. On a grassland. Is Whitebeard really going to shoot? Does he have the guts? No one in this world can break into Marine headquarters, right? Marine is just too indulgent with these pirates, and what 4 emperors came up with, it should have been cleaned up a long time ago. What an ignorant man, not even aware of Whitebeard's horror. If Whitebeard was really that good, that was when he was young, and now he's old. North Blue. A town full of snowflakes. Hey, boss, quickly get us some wine. 9. In such a cold day, are you out of business at 14? Let's wait until this war is over, we don't know if this world will exist tomorrow. Speaking of which, how could the Grand Line battle have spilled over to us West Blue? I guess the aftermath of the battle won't even destroy the Marine headquarters, ha ha ha. West Blue. In a pub. Is Whitebeard really that terrifying? Marine sent so many troops. 35. I don't know if Whitebeard is tough, but looking at Marine's attitude, it should be a tough fight. Marine headquarters. Advertisement. On the execution stand. Sengoku took the phone bug and started talking. Before the execution, I felt the need to explain. How important is the meaning of today's execution? The man kneeling in front of you, Portgas D. Ace, is not his real name. Saying that, he moved the phone bug to Ace's side. Fire Fist, who is your father? Ace's eyes didn't change. My dad is Whitebeard. No. Sengoku shouted. Your real name is Gold Ace. Your biological father is Gold Roger. Wow. At this moment, the world is shaking. The Marines at the Marine headquarters were stunned, the people watching the live broadcast in the Sabaody Islands were stunned, and the people all over the world were stunned. At the time of Roger's death, we searched the places Roger had been to for the last 2 years for the births, as well as the unborn, and in a rather kill their attitude, we dealt with the babies and the pregnant women. But, on some island in the South Blue, your mother, Portgas D. Rouge, kept you in her womb for 20 months for her own evil purposes, just when we thought that man's evil she gave birth to you quietly when the blood was cut off, and then died of exhaustion and exhaustion. 35. Gold Ace, Your father is One Piece. Boom. The world boils. One Piece's son. 20 months pregnant. The explosive news one by one made people completely shocked and terrified. One Piece's son is still alive. And it's Fire Fist Ace. It's terrifying. That kind of demon actually has children. Quickly kill this devil's son. Why did Whitebeard keep this demon on board? Thank goodness Marine caught him, or what the world would have been like. Wow wow wow. Advertisement. Just when the world was shocked by Ace's life experience. Marine headquarters. The door of justice in the distance suddenly opened without warning. Huh. How did the door of justice open? Who gave the order? Sengoku's eyes widened, staring at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Open the door of justice pathway opposite Marine headquarters, which should be inside Marine headquarters. How is it possible that someone can bypass him, the Marine Marshal, and open it directly? However, it didn't wait for him to be surprised and angry. In the fog in the distance, a large number of pirate ships appeared unexpectedly. These are all pirate ships under Whitebeard's command in the New World. The Whitebeard pirates, here we come. 35. All ready to fight. Sengoku can't think so much at this time. Quickly announced a battle warning and let all Marines prepare. At this time, the Marine headquarters was impregnable. On the execution stand, Marshal Sengoku sits. Below is the Marine hero, Garp Vice Admiral, who has repeatedly put Roger in danger. Then, in front of the two chairs were Marine Admiral Aokiji Akainu. At this time, Kizaru has already gone to New World, and will not be able to return in a short time. Looking further ahead, the four of the seven warlords of the sea, Hawkeye Mahawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Doflamingo, and Boa Hancock. Then, the 8 giants Marine. And 100,000 Marine elites recruited from all over the world, and a large number of Marine Vice Admiral. If you want to find one of the strongest fortresses in the world, then this is the place to be. However, there was no hint of joy on Sengoku's face. He looked gloomily at the sea in front of him. Whitebeard hasn't shown up yet. Suddenly, the water in the inner bay rolled. Everyone's eyes were focused on the sea water. Advertisement. Masaka. Sengoku had a bad premonition in his heart. The next moment, his hunch came true. I saw that 4 sailboats coated with film suddenly emerged from the bottom of the sea. Appeared directly in the inner bay. And the tall outer wall, the cannons on the wall, and the 50 warships parked outside were all decorations at this moment, and had no use. Have you been commanded by the First Army? Under the execution stand, Vice Admiral said indifferently. Garp's face also became gloomy. On the execution stand, Sengoku's eyes were fixed on the 3 ships that suddenly appeared on the sea. The Moby Dick. Da da da. There was a sound of footsteps from inside the cabin. The figure of Kui Ran walked slowly, and the Supreme Saber flickered with cold light. The strongest man in the world came to the bow and looked down at the enemy in front of him. Black turban, crescent-like white beard, Kong Yunchi holding one of the supreme sharp knives in his right hand. Kulala la la la. Sengoku. Long time no see. Sengoku gritted his teeth. Whitebeard. 35. Whitebeard suddenly took a big knife, clenched his fists with both hands, and hit the air on both sides. Kacha. 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 Click the card, wipe the card one by one. The air shattered like a mirror, and the sea suddenly tumbled into the sky, roaring to form huge waves, rushing towards the Marine headquarters in a coercive manner, like a giant sea monster trying to pull the island into the sea. Ice time. Aokiji jumped up suddenly, his hands exuding too extremely cold air. The monstrous waves froze instantly, forming 2 wave ice sculptures, and even the sea water in the inner bay below froze, forming a ground for people to walk on, and Whitebeard's 3 ships were naturally frozen in the ice. At this moment, next to Whitebeard, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were already standing beside him. Little ones, kill me and get Ace back. Whitebeard cut a piece of Kong Cloud and shouted loudly. Oh. Chapter 136 Summit War 2. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Before the execution stand. Doflamingo suddenly noticed Hawkeye's movement. Huh, are you going to shoot? 39. Hawkeye didn't look at Brother Ming, but pulled out the black knife on his back. I just want to see how big the gap is between the man in front of me and us. Saying that, he has already fallen with a knife. A green sword slashed with the aura of breaking everything, and flew towards the bow of the Moby Dick, killing the legendary man. Get out of the way. Along the way, the pirates of the Whitebeard regiment, like a snake Sasori, evaded this deadly slash. However, in the face of the world's #1 slash, Whitebeard remained unmoved. At this moment, a figure suddenly shot out from the side. I won't let you hurt Dad. The captain of the 3rd team of the White Regiment, Diamond Yoja, took advantage of the slash, and suddenly flew out. Don't be in a daze, kill. The pirates rushed to the square one after another. The Marines rushed down from the square, trying to block the pirates who wanted to enter the square. Just then, Sengoku's phone worm suddenly rang. Blue blue blue. What's the matter? Sengoku answered the phone and asked. Oops. An inexplicable enemy suddenly appeared in the control room. All our people were injured, and the lines responsible for opening the surrounding wall were all destroyed. The other side of 35 told Sengoku a bad news. Nani? Sengoku shuddered. The encirclement wall is the core plan of his operation. Once most of the Whitebeard pirates enter the inner bay, they will open it immediately. At the same time, the surrounding warships will block dozens of pirate ships outside, so that they can catch turtles in one urn. Now, however, the line responsible for starting the siege wall has been destroyed, so the plan is completely bankrupt. Who the hell? Who did it? Sengoku roared at the phone bug. According to the picture taken by the surveillance phone bug in the corridor, the other party is Suyi of the Straw Hat Pirates. Click. Sengoku forcibly resisted the urge to crush the phone bug in his hand. Advertisement. How could Suyi be here? Speaking of which, he was never found in the Sabaody Islands. After all, the Straw Hat crew were sent flying by bears, only he disappeared, and then suddenly appeared in Impel Down. Now it should be right on the way to here at Impel Down. 35. The Straw Hat and Buggy and the criminals haven't arrived yet. How did he get here and destroy the control room? One question after another in Sengoku's mind flooded into his mind. At the time of the rise of the Whitebeard pirates and Marine kill. Inside the lobby somewhere in Marine's headquarters. Zon Taomaru is on standby, and in front of him, 100 pacifists are standing neatly in a square. As long as the time is right, you can let them play and give the pirates a fatal blow from behind. To deal with pirates, you don't need to be upright, some extremely vicious guys, just kill them with conspiracy or something. Zon Taomaru has no objection to Sengoku's deployment, but somewhat agrees. However, dispatching 100 units is too exaggerated, and I always feel that 50 units are enough. Just when he was thinking about it, suddenly, a figure stood in front of him at an unknown time. Zon Taomaru's pupils shrank. The next moment, a fist continuously enlarged in front of him. Armed. 35. He activated armament hockey almost like a conditioned reflex, attached to his face. Puff. However, a tail knife suddenly plunged into Zon Taomaru's back and passed through his chest. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Zon Taomaru's face was unbelievable. With his own knowledge, he didn't even notice the opponent's attack. The sword wolf fruit, the human beast form Suyi looked at Zon Taomaru, who was slowly falling down, his face expressionless. The so-called seeing, hearing and color are also useless to him, as long as he uses absolute to close the pores on his body, the other party will not be able to perceive his existence. And hidden, which is more advanced than absolute, allows him to use absolute while moving. Let a certain part of the body use absolute. Just now, he hid the aura of his tail knife and only exposed his own body. Therefore, Zon Taomaru can detect his own surprise attack, but he cannot guard against the attack from behind. Sneak attack and conspiracy, I like it too, he. Suyi looked at the pained Zon Taomaru on the ground. You better not stand up. Advertisement. Saying that, he raised his right fist high, covered with black armament hockey. Boom. Zon Taomaru instantly sounded the sound of bones shattering, his eyes turned white, and he lost consciousness. Solved the war peach pill. Suyi looked at the 100 pacifists in the hall. At this time, they have already noticed the appearance of the enemy. A bright yellow light began to emerge from their mouths. You can't participate in this war. It's better to warm up with you here. After all, there are countless monsters outside. Su Yi moved his joints and suddenly disappeared in place. His tail blade suddenly became huge, and it was completely covered with armament haki, black as ink. It looks like a Shinigami scythe. Giant tail knife yellow springs breath slash. Base. The giant tail knife cuts through the air. Nothing seemed to happen. However, the next moment. Bang bang bang. The waist of a Taiwanese pacifist was suddenly broken, and the fracture was smooth like a mirror surface. Their upper bodies fell to the ground, and a large amount of electric current poured out, completely paralyzing their bodies. Su Yi fell to the ground, looking at his victory. With this blow, 20 pacifists were eliminated. In fact, the pacifist is not that strong. 2 years later, Luffy opened the second gear and armament haki could knock it over with one punch. The sharpness of Su Yi's tail knife has surpassed most of the big quick knives, reaching the level of the supreme big quick knives. Coupled with armament haki, as well as the strength bonus of the sword wolf fruit, and his own physical skills. Doing this is as simple as sprinkling water. Even, he thinks he can do it without armed color. Next try unarmed. Su Yi's thoughts moved, and suddenly disappeared in place. Su Yi inserted his own tail knife into the ceiling, hanging his body in the air. It's really pitiful. One is equivalent to the cost of a warship. First wonder if Marine will bleed. 5. They all hit the pacifists who were still standing below. Tail knife. Joe broken. 39. Advertisement. Su Yi slandered in his heart, but he didn't show any mercy. Presence. All pacifists, annihilate. Bang bang bang. The pacifists who had already caught the existence of Su Yi and were about to launch a laser. The pacifists all around were scrapped one after another. This time, no haki bonus. Su Yi suddenly appeared in the middle of the pacifist formation, grabbed his outstretched tail with one hand, and swung it around like a whip. There were originally 100 units, but now there are only a dozen units left, and all of them are injured. Hey, can't you do this? I have to hit 100 more. Fist Sword Tempest. The current overflowed and the machine was paralyzed. One after another tooth-shaped air waves flew out, forming a situation where the stars were shining. Boom boom boom. Tooth knife. Stars. Taiwanese pacifists have had their arms or heads cut off, or cut in the middle. One after another machine is scrapped. Tail knife. Slash. Start looking for goals. Base. Fist like raindrops, when even the pacifists were beaten into smashed giants. This time, the attack stopped again. Brush. Then, hit the upper and lower jaws quickly. Next, Su Yi jumped up and waved the tail of Vice Admiral randomly in the air. He jumped down from the ceiling, clenched his fists with both hands, and his fists grew out of knives. But Su Yi's fist fell like raindrops. Then opened its huge wolf mouth, revealing sharp teeth. Su Yi stepped on the pacifist's body, not even breathing a breath. The rest of the pacifists got together and prepared lasers in unison. The sharp fists hit the body, and even without armament haki, it can hit one hole after another. Chapter 137 Summit War 3. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this time, Sengoku did not know that his second biggest trump card, the pacifist, has now been wiped out. He was giving orders to Marine on the outer wall. Bombard the pirate ships in the distance, so that they don't come near here. Although there is no surrounding wall now, as long as the cannons on the outer city walls of the island keep attacking, the more than 40 pirate ships under Whitebeard's banner, as well as the large number of pirates above, will never be able to approach. Next, just wait for Whitebeard to get in, and let the pacifists outflank them. Sengoku thought so. His eyes moved to the bottom of the execution platform. There should have been 3 admiral seats, but there were only 2 at this time. Akainu and Aokiji. Because one was missing, before the war, Sengoku specially instructed the 2 of them not to run around, but to sit here. And Akainu could only stay here helplessly, giving up the plan to sow discord among the Whitebeard pirates and let them assassinate Whitebeard. Thump. 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 Suddenly, an earthquake sounded in the distance. Then, a huge figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. This figure is a giant among giants, several times larger than a normal giant. Even the Giant's vice admiral on the square in front of the execution stand could only look up to this figure at this time. It's Little Oz. It's the first time I look up at someone else. 100 inches. Stop him. The Giant's vice admiral suddenly rushed out and rushed towards Little Oz in the distance. Ace. I'm here to save you. Little Oz completely disregarded the danger of the bombardment of the warships in front of him, directly lifted a huge warship with both hands, and then threw it towards the killing Giant's vice admiral. Boom. The warship directly blasted a gap in the city wall on the periphery of the island, and continued to carry an unstoppable momentum, hitting the Giant's vice admiral. The Giant's vice admiral stopped the warship, and then they fought bravely towards Little Oz. Stop him. His destructive power is too terrifying to let him get close to the battlefield. Little Oz drew his long knife and slashed at the Giant's vice admiral. The momentum that went straight forward was simply unstoppable. At this moment, a figure appeared on the outer city wall. Who is this person? It doesn't seem to be ours. 35. He came up from below. What is he going to do? 35. Advertisement. Su Yi walked step by step towards the Marines who were manipulating the cannons to block. This place is also a troublesome place. If you exist, the large force of the Whitebeard pirates will not be able to enter. Su Yi has already thought about it, to be a lever in this war to move the balance of victory and defeat. Minimize Marine's power so that Marine will have no more power to deal with himself. 5 elders, celestial dragons, Marine, are obstructive. If these turrets are destroyed, all the pirates will be able to flood into the battlefield. 99. Su Yi suddenly changed from human form to sword wolf form. Tooth wolf chariot. His body suddenly curled into a ball, forming a rolling chariot, which began to rampage on the wall. And his target is obviously the cannons on the front wall. Danger. Run. Marines are fleeing. Wherever the Tooth Wolf chariot passed, the ground was plowed with a deep knife mark. Boom. Su Yi slammed into a fort suddenly. The fort was immediately cut in half and lost its function. Boom. 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 He collided all the way, destroying all the forts along the way. In the distance, both pirates and Marine looked at this scene in amazement. Sengoku, Admiral, Shichibukai, even Whitebeard, and several captains looked at this guy who appeared out of nowhere. Who is that? Not from the Whitebeard pirates, but destroying the battery. Stop him. Sengoku pointed to the Sword Wolf battle lane in the distance. However, the city walls were too far from Admiral and from Shichibukai. There is Whitebeard in the middle. There is simply no one who can kill them in a short period of time. Originally, Sengoku's plan for the opponent's Whitebeard turned into a cage that bound him. Boom boom boom. Finally, the Sword Wolf chariot stopped. On the front wall, all the forts were also destroyed. The pirates were stunned for a moment, then cheered. Advertisement. Thank you bro. The shelling has stopped. Kill, brothers. Save Ace. Immediately, the battle began to turn one-sided. Boom. An icebreaker opened another gap next to the gap that Oz broke. Pirates swarmed in, and tens of thousands of troops arrived on the battlefield. This mountain and tsunami, beach-like momentum directly chilled the Marines on the ice. We are the pirates of the New World. Don't underestimate us. You Marines were beaten back from New World at the beginning, have you forgotten? How dare you fight against the 4 emperors, you are not far from death. Daddy is Whitebeard. At this time, Sabaody Archipelago. Before the live screen, the crowd swallowed a mouthful of saliva. All over the world, people watching the live broadcast are dumbfounded. People who had been clamoring that Whitebeard was getting old and boasting about Marine were all stunned by the terror of the Whitebeard pirates. Tens of thousands of New World pirates, Little Oz, who is bigger than a giant, and Whitebeard, who can cause a tsunami with one punch. No matter how you look at it, Marine is already at a disadvantage. Masaka, is Marine going to lose? The world is going to be destroyed. How can it be repaired? How can this happen? Marine headquarters. Under the execution stand, Akainu suddenly stood up. Really, one by one, don't underestimate our Marines. He suddenly raised his arms, and instantly a large amount of magma poured out, and then he shot out magma balls one after another like a volcanic eruption. Great eruption. Bang bang bang. And Little Oz is close behind. Shock fruit wrapped the opponent's head, causing him to lose consciousness. Advertisement. The fireball in the sky suddenly froze into ice lumps. A fireball smashed into the ice, directly attacking marine and pirates indiscriminately. The space shattered, and the fireball in the sky suddenly flew in the opposite direction. Like the end of the world, magma pops through the clouds and falls from the sky. Immediately, Whitebeard threw it away and ignored it. The main players of both sides shot, and the damage was basically the same. Marines under Vice Admiral are basically killed in seconds. At this time, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were looking at them on the battlefield. Boom boom boom. Whitebeard punched the opponent's weapon, and the shock fruit was activated, shattering it directly. Even if it falls, it will still hurt people. Help. Click. It's burning. It's burning. 95. Among Vice Admiral, if the strength is not good, it will be easily killed. This time, it was the Marines' turn to be unlucky, and the location where the fireball landed was exactly where the Marines were at the moment. Without Kizaru, the momentum on their side is a little weaker. What? At this time, the captains had already killed Shichibukai. In the end, a fireball directly burned through a ship beside Whitebeard, and the pirates above screamed and jumped down. As soon as this overwhelming force arrived, the Marines felt the pressure multiply. Both Akainu and Aokiji's faces became solemn. Really, all the shrimp, soldiers and crab generals want to kill me, you Marines are a bunch of idiots. But at least it won't start a fire. When Aokiji saw that it was not good, he jumped up quickly, and a gust of ice spewed out of his hand. And the ice surface also appeared one crack after another. Death. Whitebeard. Then, he grabbed the opponent's head and smashed it towards the hull under his feet. A flash of killing intent flashed in Whitebeard's eyes, and he threw a punch into the sky. A giant, Vice Admiral, suddenly appeared from the side, and he didn't know when he approached here. Kacha, Kacha, Kacha. Only a handful of veteran Vice Admiral can temporarily resist. Chapter 138 Summit War 4. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The big bear suddenly raised his hands, activated the meatball fruit ability, and began to compress the atmosphere. And his target was Little Oz, who was gradually approaching the execution platform. How can you make it happen? Swoosh. A figure with a burning blue flame flew over. He kicked the bear on the chest. The big bear flew out upside down, and the atmosphere in his hand suddenly exploded. Fufufufufu, the captain of the first team, Margao, turned out to be a rare phantom beast, 35. On one side, Doflamingo, wearing a flamingo cloak and dark red sunglasses, revealed the identity of the person who came. Brother Ming laughed, his fingers kept pulling the thread, trying to control Margao. Doflamingo, I remember you as string fruit. Margao glanced at Brother Ming, and with a flash of haki on his body, he broke the thread. Shichibukai, don't get involved in this kind of battle. He suddenly waved his wings and slashed towards Brother Ming. Brother Ming jumped out, standing in midair, still smiling. It's really scary. On the side, Hawkeye is about to shoot. A group of flowers suddenly flew over. Clang. Beasta, a foil sword with two knives, blocked his attack. Your opponent is me, Mahawk, captain of the 5th Division of Whitebeard, foil Beasta. Hawkeye recognized the identity of the other party. I didn't expect the dignified eagle eye to know my name. Beasta laughed. Ace. Little Oz walked to the execution platform step by step. There is no Shichibukai's obstruction, nor the attack of the giant's Vice Admiral. At this point, except for Admiral, no one seemed to be able to stop him. Just about to catch Ace. At this time, Garp jumped up suddenly. How can you get close to here? A savage punch hit Little Oz on the head. Boom. Little Oz's mountain-like body suddenly fell on his back. Killed a large swath of marine soldiers. Aside, Margao suddenly rushed towards Ace on the execution platform while Garp was not paying attention. Advertisement. Looks like we can't be alone, Garp. Sengoku, who had been standing beside Ace, suddenly swelled up and turned golden light. Human fruit, you demons, Buddha form. He slapped Marco with a palm. Boom. A shock wave directly blasted Margao out. Marine and the pirates were shocked when they saw these two characters take action. Hero Garp, and the great Buddha Sengoku. 5. How can this lineup be defeated? 35. The battle was once again at a stalemate. Ah! At this time, suddenly, there was a scream in the sky. Everyone almost subconsciously stopped the movements in their hands and looked towards the sky. I saw that a warship actually dropped from the sky. A large number of figures were below the warship, and everyone screamed and fell. The people below were shocked. Garp's mouth widened, and snot came out of his nostrils. Ace also looked at the familiar figure, his eyes widened. Road. Luffy. Boom. The warship fell on the ice. The ice surface, which had already been devastated by Akainu's magma bomb, suddenly burst open. Luffy and others on the boat fell into the sea one after another. This is Impel Down prisoners. How did they come here? Sengoku recognized the prison uniforms on the criminals and frowned. Ace. Luffy growled. Killed to the execution platform. Along the way, the pirates gave way, and Marine was sent flying. Luffy, let's go. Although Ace accepts the Whitebeard pirates to save himself. However, Luffy is not his partner. So, logically, Luffy shouldn't be on this dangerous battlefield. Luffy yelled. I'm your brother. Younger brother. Wait, he just said he's Ace's brother. 35. Masaka. He is also the bloodline of One Piece Roger. 35. Advertisement. These two don't look alike. Could it be that they are half-brothers? Now, Marines, pirates, and people watching the live broadcast on the phone. Everyone started to guess. At the same time, there was a little curiosity about this guy who suddenly fell from the sky. Luffy's sudden appearance can be said to be the last straw that broke Marine. Behind him was an army of she-males headed by Ivankov, although the number was small. But most of them have been baptized by animal hormones, and everyone's fighting power is very sturdy. The Marines along the way couldn't stop them at all. As for the criminals of Impel Down, seeing this scene, it is obvious that Whitebeard has the upper hand. As a result, they directly joined Whitebeard's warband. Kill. How dare these damn Marines keep me in Impel Down for so many years? Ha ha ha, the pirates are going to join forces to deal with Marine. They were like a sharp knife into Marine's belly. And the road opened with them at the head. It was immediately occupied by the Whitebeard pirates in the rear, and cut the battlefield in half with this line. Captain. Suddenly, an electric light flashed. Su Yi suddenly appeared beside Luffy. This thunder fruit that opened smoothly, no one else could see how he ran so fast. Yo, Su Yi, you disappeared suddenly and I thought you fell into the sea. Luffy immediately laughed when he saw Su Yi's appearance. I just went to do a few things. Su Yi glanced at Sengoku in the distance, the corners of his mouth twitched. Demon Hunter, Su Yi. Sengoku stared at Su Yi coldly. So that's the case, you were instructed by Whitebeard, so you went to prison. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Is this your whole card? Whitebeard. Sengoku looked at Whitebeard in the distance. However, you will stop here. Cut off the phone bug immediately. The next picture is too bloody, not something ordinary people can bear. Sengoku gave an order. The live broadcast was suddenly interrupted. Then, he started to call Zon Taomaru's phone bug. Let the Pacifists come on stage, and let these pirates see the power of these big killers. 35. However, Sengoku called the phone bug for a long time, but the other party did not respond at all. Shortly after, the phone bug finally got through. Advertisement. However, what came from the other side was not Zon Taomaru's voice, but a strange Marine voice. Report to the Marshal. Mr. Zon Taomaru was seriously injured in a coma, and all the Pacifists were destroyed. I don't know what caused it. Nani. .00. Sengoku was struck by lightning. One thought came up in my mind. First, the control room was destroyed, so the surrounding wall could not be opened. Then the cannons on the city walls were destroyed, and the outer Marines were all killed on the ice of the inner bay. Now, the Pacifists have all been destroyed for unknown reasons. One after another of his whole cards, all failed. Also, all the criminals in the underwater prison escaped and came here to join the battle on Whitebeard's side. And the fuse of all this seems to point to a person in the dark. Su Yi. Masaka. Did you do all this, Su Yi? Sengoku stared at Su Yi in the distance. Su Yi at this time is only in human form. But this has been invincible. Marines along the way were knocked down by him with one move, and no one could stop him. Sengoku knows that these Marines now are all their cards. Once they're done, they'll be a total failure. Akainu, Aokiji, shoot. Stop them. Sengoku yelled. When the two admiral heard the words, their expressions changed. What's the matter? It looks like something is wrong. Akainu said. However, the momentum of these pirates should be suppressed, otherwise it would appear that our Marines are going to fail. Aokiji said to himself. Akainu raised his arms, ready for another great eruption. And Aokiji killed Margot. You too, have you forgotten my existence? Suddenly, Whitebeard did not know when to appear on the square, in front of the two admiral. This unparalleled speed surprised both of them. Don't forget, I'm Whitebeard. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Whitebeard throws both punches. The space shattered, and both Akainu and Aokiji's bodies twisted. Immediately, it flew out fiercely. Bang 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 bang. The two smashed the Marine headquarters in the rear and disappeared into the rubble. Chapter 139 Summit War 5. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Whitebeard killed him. Run away. Marine collapsed and fled, facing the world's top power. The aftermath of the battle could kill them. Garp, can you still fight? Sengoku looked at Garp. What a joke, the old man's body is still tough. Garp clenched his fist and said. Vice Admiral, go and deal with the others, this guy goes to Garp. Sengoku roared at the battlefield, the rest of the Marines stay away from there. Suddenly, a large area was vacated in the middle of the square. Garp walks to Whitebeard step by step. Haven't played in years, Newgate. Forgot. Whitebeard also stared at Garp. The two sides remained motionless and confronted each other. On the other side, Little Oz fell to the ground and fainted, but his body became a ladder for other pirates to rush to the square. Whitebeard's captains resisted Shichibukai and the vice admirals. For a time, a large number of pirates entered the square. Marine soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Do you think this war is just? 9. Whitebeard said. 100, to Garp. Garp clenched his fists tightly. In fact, he did not approve of the war. Among the four emperors, Whitebeard is a relatively mild one. On his islands, people are safe from pirates, even safer than those protected by Marine. Kaido and Ant in the Four Emperors, it is precisely because of the existence of Whitebeard and red hair that they dare not make any big moves. 20 years after Roger's death, the world has been at peace because of Whitebeard. In recent years, the name Whitebeard has even disappeared from the newspapers. This shows how low-key he is among the Four Emperors. But now, the Marine is going to kill this person. Even an attempt to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. Once Marine wins this war, the Four Emperors of the New World will collapse. Marine will also suffer heavy losses, unable to subdue the rioting pirates. The world will be thrown back into chaos. Indeed, Sengoku had good intentions. Reveal Ace's identity and kill him. In this way, this era of pirates may be brought to an end. Let those pirates who try to go out to sea to find One Piece give up. However, Sengoku has forgotten a crucial point. Advertisement. In the dignified Marine headquarters, some pirates dared to attack, and they also started a war about the fate of the world. Marine's majesty was swept away from the very beginning of the war. Now there's Whitebeard, so what's next? Kaido, Auntie, won't you do something? Kulala la la la, it's a waste of words to tell you about this kind of thing. Ace. Luffy and his party jumped onto Little Oz's body and came to the square. Su Yi patted Luffy on the shoulder, go directly between the two of them. The two he was referring to were, of course, Whitebeard and Garp, who no one dared to approach. Perhaps here, no one dares to approach these two. However, there is one person who can. Luffy. Sure enough, Luffy charged straight towards Whitebeard. Ace. Ivankov was stunned. Grabbing Su Yi's arm, are you crazy? There are two of the most powerful combat powers there, do you want him to die? Su Yi smiled. Look, if you have time to waste your energy here, it's better to save some energy and run away later. At this point, Luffy undoubtedly became the focus of the audience. How dare you break into Whitebeard and Garp's realm? However, a magical scene happened. Whitebeard just glanced at Luffy and ignored him. And Garp, standing in front of Luffy. Don't go over Luffy. Step aside. Luffy threw a punch in Garp's face. Boom. Garp flew upside down, flying away. Hero Garp was knocked flying. How is it done? Does it mean that the Straw Hat Boy already has the top combat power? Luffy went all the way to the bottom of the execution platform surprisingly smoothly. The surrounding Marines came to stop them one after another. However, Luffy punched a bunch of them, knocked them out, and became a stepping stone. Begin the execution of Fire Fist Ace. Upon seeing this, Sengoku directly announced that Ace would be executed in advance. And Marine on both sides of Ace also raised the long knife, ready to fall. Stop. Luffy's pupils shrank, and an astonishing aura spread out. Advertisement. Conquerors instantly covered the execution platform, and the two Marines lost consciousness and fell down. Conquerors. Sengoku's pupils shrank. Garp's expression changed when he just stood up from the ruins. Whitebeard smiled and showed his teeth. Da da da. At this time, Aokiji and Akainu, who had just returned, saw this scene. Both looked shocked. Looks like this kid has to be killed too. A chill came out of Aokiji's mouth. Suddenly kill Luffy. Click. A large amount of ice spreads towards Luffy. Be careful, Straw Hat Boy. Margao wanted to stop in the distance, but was entangled by Ming Jie. The other captains were also entangled by Shichibukai and Vice Admiral, unable to escape. And Whitebeard raised his hand and was about to shoot. Tail knife. Broken. Suddenly, a figure flashed beside Luffy, and the huge tail blade suddenly swung out. Split the ice in half down the middle. Su Yi took the form of a sword werewolf and stood beside Luffy. The captain of my family can't die here. Demon Hunter Su Yi. Aokiji's eyes flashed dangerously. It seems that it was a mistake to let you go in the first place. He walked over step by step, the chill was pressing. Su Yi smiled. Did you let us go? You didn't catch. Click. The ice burst, and Aokiji burst out instantly. Knife knife wind. 35. Su Yi suddenly opened his mouth, and a mist spewed out. Boom boom boom. Aokiji's body was directly blasted into slag and turned into a pile of ice chips. But then, the ice chips combined to form Aokiji's body. Ice Age. He aimed his right hand at Su Yi, and a cold air blew out. Knife wind. Su Yi took a deep breath and suddenly burst out a powerful storm. Boom. The cold air and the knife wind collided together, and it was impossible to tell the winner for a while. Die. Aokiji suddenly exerted strength, and the ice quickly froze the fog. Advertisement. A ruthless look flashed in Su Yi's eyes. The body suddenly swelled, gradually transforming from a human beast form to a sword wolf form. Boom. The blade wind instantly expanded by 3 times, directly smashing all the ice. Aokiji jumped up suddenly, dodging the knife wind. Boom boom boom. But Marine behind him let out a burst of screams, like thousands of people slashing with knives in the fog. Everyone's clothes were tattered, but their bodies were bloody, and some people were even cut off finger. It's ruthless, to give up the partner behind him. Su Yi in the form of the sword wolf uses his tongue to provoke Aokiji. At this point, Luffy had already reached the execution platform. Without people to block, he can be said to be unimpeded. Now, in front of him, there is only Sengoku alone. Sengoku stared at Luffy. Boy, if you don't have the key, you can't save him, even you will die here. He didn't finish his sentence. Luffy suddenly took a key out of his pocket. That was given to him by Su Yi before. At the time of Impel Down, Su Yi had already obtained a replica of the 4.9 key of the ace handcuffs. Just in time for it. Nani. Sengoku's eyes widened. At this moment, no longer dared to despise Luffy. Immediately transformed into a giant Buddha, he slapped Luffy with his palm. Boom. The execution table exploded violently. Everyone's eyes turned to there involuntarily. Both of them should be dead. Fire Fist Ace was held by Seastone, so he was just an ordinary person. 55. Marshal Sengoku's shock wave is terrifying. At this time. Woo-hoo-hoo. Amidst the smoke, fiery red flames bloomed. A passage suddenly appeared in the flames, and 2 figures shot out from it. Luffy, You bastard, you're always doing this shit. 99. He. Luffy stroked his nose. At the critical moment just now, he quickly opened the handcuffs for Ace. Actually, Suyi gave him 2 keys. But now it's opened, and it's already the best result. Everyone, start running. Ace shouted. Chapter 140 Summit War, 6. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. You two, stop. Suddenly, Akainu made a vertical leap, killing Luffy and Ace beside him. The magma fist is ready to go, and the hot magma gives a feeling of suffocation. Fire punch. Without saying a word, Ace punched him directly. Boom. The lava and the fist of the flame collided together, and a monstrous flame was suddenly set off. The scorching temperature melted the ground around the two of them. Akainu and Ace stared at each other. Boom. In the end, Ace backed out. His fist became charred black, and the blow just now seemed to be his loss. In the case of fire, it still needs ice to freeze. Aokiji took the opportunity to kill Ace's side, and a chill shrouded him away. Boom. Ace quickly parried and hit Aokiji with a fire fist. Fire evaporates ice, but Ultimate's cold can freeze even fire. And Ace's current strength is obviously not enough to fight against Aokiji. Luffy, run away, Ace shouted. How could Luffy escape, but he was going to help. A vice admiral stood in front of him. Straw Hat, your opponent is me. Get out of the way. Luffy yelled. After finally rescuing Ace, how could Ace be caught by Marine again? Whitebeard beside 14 wants to help. However, Sengoku was already killed. Whitebeard, look, Sengoku, you are courting death. Boom. Whitebeard punched the opponent, and the shock wave and the earthquake wave were released at the same time, causing the entire island to start shaking. It's horrible, it's like the end of the world. A Marine was sitting on the ground, his legs limp and barely able to move. Kacha. Advertisement. The ground cracked, and a large amount of seawater poured into the cracks. The whole island is in jeopardy, and it seems that it may completely collapse at any time. On the other hand, the duel between Ace and Aokiji also came to an end. Call. Ultimate's cold air actually froze the flames. Ace quickly retreated, and Akainu has been killed. Go to hell. A hard punch to Ace. After repeated battles, coupled with the fatigue of many days, Ace's physical strength at this time is somewhat weak. Boom. He could only cross his arms in front of him, barely resisting a blow, but the whole person flew backwards. Retreat. Seeing this, Margao shouted. Their purpose is to rescue Ace, and now that Ace has been rescued, they have to leave quickly. Straw Hat Boy, you can't run. Several Marine Vice Admiral flanked from behind, trying to stop Luffy. Second gear, third gear. Luffy directly activates the strongest combat state. Giant Tempest. Boom 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 boom. The ground cracked, fists as huge as giants kept hammering the ground, and several Vice Admirals disappeared immediately. When Luffy's attack was over, several Vice Admirals fell to the ground, spitting blood from their mouths. The current Luffy, after 3 baptisms of animal hormones, and an Impel Down, did not consume any physical strength at all. It can be said to be in peak condition. Fantastic, even defeated several Vice Admirals. The pirates on the side were all shocked when they saw this. After getting a few free Whitebeard pirate team leaders, they immediately came and responded to Ace. Suyi returned to his human beast form, took a few deep breaths and coughed a few times. A few mouthfuls of blood came out of his mouth. Then, he saw the opportunity and suddenly rushed to Dalmesia. This man ate Madara dog fruit, which was one of his goals. Dalmesia didn't dare to be careless when she saw Suyi coming. Advertisement. Knife wind. 99. Suyi opened the wolf's mouth, and the other party quickly started to shave and hid to the side. I lied to you. Suyi smiled and slammed in front of the opponent, punching the opponent's stomach with a punch, and the fist blade instantly slashed a bloody opening in his stomach. Steel. The opponent's human beast form was suddenly lifted and turned into a human appearance. Sure enough, you conceal other people's abilities. The other party said these words with difficulty, and then he covered his abdomen and knelt on the ground. Suyi ignored the other party. Instead, he looked at the entire battlefield. Marine's original strength of 100,000 troops has been damaged by only 50,000 or 60,000. The pirates, including the criminals and she-males from Impel Down, have a force of about 50,000. At this time, there were still more than 30,000. Except for the ones killed by Luffy, the Marine Vice Admiral has been seriously injured in the books. Because when Luffy rescued Ace before, the Margarets wanted to help, and it was these Vice Admiral who desperately resisted. But now it seems that their sacrifice is undoubtedly in vain. Look at Shichibukai again, the big bear is entangled by Ivankov. Brother Ming was beaten by Brother Xiao Ma, so he didn't dare to step forward. Hawkeye has been entangled in foil, unable to escape. Of course, there's a good chance he's paddling. The Empress, on the other hand, looked at Luffy with a crazy face. Basically, Shichibukai doesn't do much either. At this point, Marine was left with only Sengoku, Garp, Akainu and Aokiji, as well as several veteran Vice Admiral. Looking at Whitebeard again, Whitebeard was unscathed, all the captains were unscathed, Luffy Ace was slightly damaged, none of the she-males died, some of the criminals from Impel Down were killed and injured, and most of the ordinary pirates in the White Group were killed and injured. In the war, it seemed that Marine was at a disadvantage. However, Whitebeard is not trying to destroy Marine headquarters, but to rescue Ace. Facing the advantage, instead of continuing to exert pressure, he chose to retreat. Dad, let's go, Marco shouted. Whitebeard glanced at everyone in the White Group. And the entire battlefield. About to retreat. Stop, Ace, Straw Hat. Like a volcanic eruption, Akainu's body turned into a magma form and flew out. Quickly approaching Ace and Luffy. At this time, Ace is being chased by Aokiji. Advertisement. It was already in jeopardy, and if he was chased by Akainu again, his life would not be guaranteed. Sakazuki. Whitebeard rushed over, wanting to help. At this time, Sengoku slammed a shockwave into Whitebeard's chest. The violent shock wave directly caused Whitebeard's chest to collapse. Whitebeard spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was unsteady. Oops, Dad's physical condition is not good. 35. Seeing this, Margao, who was familiar with Whitebeard's situation, suddenly panicked. In fact, Whitebeard has been a pirate for so many years, and he has been exposed to the wind and the sun for 100 years, and he often fights with pirates and marines. In recent years, it is even more necessary to keep breathing oxygen in order to maintain the vitality of the body. Now suddenly engaged in such a fierce battle, and suffered such serious injuries. It's a miracle to keep fighting. At the same time, Akainu has chased and killed Ace. The magma in hand is ready to go. Death wink. Ivankov killed at the critical moment, first made his head huge, and then a death wink, directly scattered the magma on Akainu's body. At the same time, Suyi also killed, and the tail knife cut off the about to spread to Ace's body ice. Come on, I'll stop here, Ivankov said. Suyi smiled and said, then I'm leaving. You stay, Ivankov cried. Hua. Whitebeard, who was hit by a shock wave from Sengoku, spat out a mouthful of blood. Half kneeling on the ground. You don't have to look to know that several of his ribs have been broken and pierced into his internal organs. He seemed to understand something, stood up with difficulty. Look at Lord Margot. You guys, let's go first, I'll stop here later. As he spoke, he suddenly threw a punch, the ground cracked, and a gap appeared between the pirate and Marine, while Whitebeard faced Marine alone. Kill. Don't let them run away. Marine hurriedly pursued. Seeing this, Whitebeard raised his arm again, his muscles bulged, and he punched the Marine headquarters in front of him. The space shattered, the earthquake shook, and the Marine headquarters collapsed. In the new era, there is no ship that can carry me,